Introduction. The Call from a Wounded Heart. Throughout life's journey filled with twists, turns, and trials, a question has echoed through generations, troubling countless kind souls. Why do good people often face the hardest struggles? This question isn't merely a philosophical curiosity, it's a deeply painful sigh, a quiet anguish carried by millions. We strive to live with kindness, spread goodwill, and help others without expecting anything in return. We choose patience over anger, compassion over resentment. Yet, ironically, life often feels harder for us than for those who seem to care less about ethics or empathy. We witness liars and cheaters quickly succeed while our honest efforts meet obstacle after obstacle. We love deeply only to be betrayed. We give generously only to face loss. We remain faithful to our values only to feel isolated in a world that appears to reward the opposite. In this world of paradoxes, many of us carry a quiet pain. This pain isn't easily expressed, as it often manifests as unanswered questions, seemingly random events, or a sense of being abandoned by a universe that feels unjust. You might be the person who always tries to do the right thing, always prioritizes the common good, but frequently finds yourself the target of suspicion, blame, and misunderstanding. You do what's right, but people assume you're pretending. You help someone quietly asking for nothing, only to hear malicious rumors about your motives. You choose silence to avoid conflict, but others interpret your peace as guilt. This feeling of being profoundly misunderstood, of having your purest intentions twisted into something cynical or self serving, can be one of the most disheartening experiences a kind soul faces. It challenges not only your perception of the world, but also your very belief in the inherent goodness of humanity. This deep seated pain can lead to profound self doubt. We begin to question if our inherent goodness is a weakness rather than a strength. Is kindness a liability in a world that seems to thrive on cunning and self interest? Is our integrity simply a form of naivety? These questions erode our sense of purpose and leave us feeling adrift. We yearn for a logical explanation, a divine reason for the apparent imbalance, a sign that our struggles are not in vain, but part of a larger, meaningful design. Tonight we step into a sacred space, Moonmind Temple, where the timeless wisdom of Buddhism offers a gentle yet profound lens through which to view these human struggles. This isn't just about intellectual understanding. It's about healing, about finding solace and meaning in the very fabric of our challenges. It's about recognizing that every tear shed, every disappointment endured, every act of kindness given in a harsh world has been meticulously preparing your soul for something truly magnificent. We'll explore the profound truth that what often feels like punishment is in fact an initiation, a series of sacred tests designed to refine, strengthen, and ultimately illuminate the purest hearts. Over the next 3 hours, we will embark on a journey through 9 such sacred tests. These are not arbitrary trials, but carefully crafted experiences that certain souls, those with deep roots of good karma and profound spiritual potential, must navigate before their true purpose can blossom, before blessings beyond their wildest imagination can fully unfold. But before we delve into these specific initiations, let's ground ourselves in a foundation of peace, creating a sanctuary within your own being. Wherever you are right now, allow your body to gently settle. Feel the comforting weight of your head against your pillow or the steady support of your chair. Notice how your shoulders can release their tension, dropping just a little lower. Let your breathing become slow and natural, like gentle waves reaching the shore, ebbing and flowing with effortless grace. Now place one hand over your heart. Feel its steady, unwavering rhythm. This heart of yours has been bruised by countless disappointments, yet it continues to beat with unwavering love. It has been broken by betrayal, yet it still chooses compassion. This heart, far from being weak, is incredibly brave. Tonight we honor every tear it has shed, every kindness it has given, every single moment it chose to stay soft in a hard, often unforgiving world. The Buddha, in his infinite wisdom, once said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." This profound truth is at the core of our exploration tonight. Every struggle you've endured, every perceived injustice, every moment of pain has not been a senseless suffering. Instead, it has been meticulously carving space in your soul for a deeper joy, a stronger peace, a more radiant and boundless love than you've ever known. The 9 tests we will explore are not punishments, they are initiations. They are the universe's exquisite process of preparing certain souls to become beacons of light, for others to embody wisdom that can only be forged in the crucible of challenge. As we begin this sacred journey together, know that you don't need to intellectually believe anything I share. Simply let the words wash over you like warm, soothing water, a gentle balm for a weary spirit. Let your mind rest, allowing your heart to listen. Some of you may drift into peaceful sleep, and that is perfectly all right, for the healing happens regardless. Others will remain awake and present, and that too is perfect. The profound wisdom shared here transcends the conscious mind, settling into the deeper layers of your being, working its gentle alchemy, whether you are awake or dreaming. We are about to discover why your tender heart was chosen for this difficult but magnificent path, why your struggles have profound meaning, why your patience will inevitably be rewarded, and why the very qualities that sometimes make life harder for you are precisely those preparing you for a destiny filled with unparalleled purpose and peace. Take one more deep, cleansing breath with me. Feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort and trust, knowing that your healing truly begins now. The first test, the mirror of misunderstanding. Many of us know this feeling all too well. You live with genuine kindness, never intending harm, always trying to help when you can. Yet somehow, you become the target of whispers, blame, and doubt. You do the right thing, but people assume you're pretending. You help someone quietly asking for nothing in return, only to discover rumors spreading about your true motives. You choose silence to avoid conflict, but others interpret your peace as guilt or even an admission of wrongdoing. This is the first spiritual test that pure-hearted souls must face, the mirror of misunderstanding. And if you're experiencing this right now, feeling hurt and confused by how others perceive you, let me share an ancient story that might bring you comfort and a profound shift in perspective. In ancient China, nestled amidst misty mountains, there lived a humble tea merchant named Wei. Wei was no ordinary merchant. He had discovered something truly extraordinary. Every morning, before the first blush of dawn, he would ascend the winding, often treacherous mountain paths to gather leaves from wild tea plants that grew in hidden groves. These weren't ordinary tea leaves. They had been blessed by decades of mountain mist, untouched by the avarice of human hands, imbued with the pure essence of nature. Wei would meticulously prepare this tea, a process of careful drying and gentle roasting, and then offer it freely to anyone who passed his small, unassuming roadside stall. The tea possessed a remarkable, almost mystical quality. Just one sip was said to ease the deepest anxiety and a broken heart, or bring crystalline clarity to a troubled mind. Word of this miraculous tea, offered without charge, spread quickly through the nearby villages and beyond. People began traveling from distant provinces, some for days on end, just to experience this healing brew. Wei would greet each person with the same gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a quiet peace. He never asked about their troubles, never questioned their background. He simply offered them rest, a moment of respite, and his precious life affirming tea. His stall became a quiet sanctuary, a place where weary souls found unexpected comfort and renewed hope. As Wei's reputation for selfless generosity grew, so inevitably did the jealousy of other merchants. They simply couldn't comprehend how he survived, let alone thrived by giving away his most valuable product. Surely, they whispered among themselves, he must be hiding something. No one is that purely benevolent. Some claimed he was a con artist, that his tea was merely ordinary leaves mixed with mind-altering herbs designed to create a false sense of well-being. Others insisted he must be secretly wealthy, perhaps a disguised noble, merely playing at poverty to gain favor with powerful people or to avoid taxes. The suspicions grew darker and more elaborate. Perhaps he is a spy from a neighboring kingdom, gathering intelligence under the guise of charity. Or even worse, he must be practicing forbidden magic, enchanting the tea to control people's minds. The purity of his actions was so alien to their own self-serving worldview that they could only interpret it as a sinister deception. One particularly bitter and influential merchant, Master Chen, decided it was his mission to expose Wei's supposed deception. Chen was successful, widely respected for his shrewd business dealings, and renowned throughout the region for his exquisite silks and rare jades. He couldn't tolerate that a simple tea merchant who gave everything away was receiving more honor and reverence than himself, a man of immense wealth and status. Chen began subtly spreading elaborate stories about Wei's true motives, painting a picture of a calculating manipulator. He claimed that anyone who drank the free tea would fall under Wei's mysterious influence, becoming unwitting pawns in some grand, sinister scheme. He warned that Wei was clandestinely building an army of followers for an unknown, potentially dangerous purpose. The campaign of lies grew vicious, fueled by Chen's insecurity and the envy of others. Chen convinced several other wealthy merchants to join him, preying on their fear of losing customers to Wei's inexplicable popularity. Together they painted Wei as a dangerous charlatan, a threat to the natural order of commerce and society. They asserted that his generosity was unnatural, even perverse, that no honest person would give away such valuable tea without a hidden agenda. Slowly, subtly, fear began to replace gratitude in people's hearts. Villagers who had been healed by Wei's tea, who had found peace and clarity through his simple offering, now started to avoid his stall, afraid of being associated with someone so controversial, someone whispered to be so dangerous. But the most heartbreaking betrayal came from an unexpected source. Among Wei's most frequent visitors was an elderly widow named Li, whose chronic arthritis had been greatly eased by his tea. For months she had been like a grandmother to Wei, bringing him simple meals, mending his robes, and keeping him company during slow days. Her gratitude had seemed boundless. Yet when Master Chen approached her with his poisonous theories, fear, doubt, and a deep seated cynicism about human nature began to overshadow her gratitude. She started to wonder, why would someone be so kind without wanting something in return? My own son abandoned me. My neighbors ignore my suffering. Yet this stranger offers daily healing. It does seem too good to be true. The insidious whispers had found fertile ground in her old weary heart. One cold morning, Lee arrived at Wei's stall not for tea but for confrontation. With tears in her eyes, trembling with fear and confusion, she accused him of manipulating her, of using her loneliness and vulnerability for his own mysterious purposes. She demanded to know what he really wanted, what sinister scheme he was planning. Other villagers, emboldened by her courage and their own suppressed fears, joined in the accusations. They surrounded Wei's stall, a mob of suspicion and anger, hurling accusations and demanding immediate explanations. Someone in a fit of rage knocked over his carefully prepared tea, spilling the sacred brew into the dust. Wei watched it all in silence. His life's work, the culmination of countless early mornings and meticulous preparation, pooled in the dirt. His reputation, built on years of selfless service, was destroyed by fear, ignorance, and jealousy. People he had helped, people whose pain he had eased, now viewed him as an enemy, a charlatan, a threat. When they finally finished their accusations, their voices hoarse from anger, and demanded his response, Wei simply bowed deeply to each person in the crowd. Then he spoke, his voice gentle as mountain mist, carrying no trace of anger, no hint of defensiveness, no note of bitterness. I have received your gift of showing me my attachment to being understood. Thank you for this teaching. The crowd expected anger, defensive explanations, or at least hurt feelings. Instead, they witnessed something that confused and profoundly unsettled them, genuine gratitude for their betrayal. Wei began cleaning up the spilled tea with the same care he had shown in preparing it as if nothing significant had happened. He gathered his few belongings, his simple tools, and prepared to leave the village forever. As he walked away, he turned back once, bowing again to the crowd, including the distraught widow Li and even Master Chen, who stood aghast at this utterly unexpected response. Years later, Master Chen's business empire crumbled, consumed by his own insatiable greed and persistent dishonesty. The widow Li, now suffering worse than ever without Wei's healing tea, spent her final days tormented by remorse, wondering if she had destroyed the only person who had ever truly cared for her welfare. But Wei had vanished completely. Some say he returned to the mountains, dedicating himself to serving the tea plants, themselves becoming one with the benevolent spirit of the mist. Others believe he continued his work in distant lands, still offering healing and comfort to strangers who might never fully comprehend his true, pure heart. His legacy wasn't in wealth or recognition, but in the ripple effect of his unwavering inner freedom. This story illuminates the deepest truth about being misunderstood by those we serve, especially when our motives are pure. Wei didn't defend himself, didn't argue, didn't try to change their minds, because he understood something profound. People's misunderstanding of him was actually their own spiritual test, not his. His test was whether he could maintain pure motivation, whether he could remain unattached to the outcome, even when his purity was fiercely questioned and his good deeds were maliciously twisted. Their test was whether they could recognize authentic unconditional love and generosity when it appeared in their lives, or if their own fears and projections would blind them to it. In Buddhist wisdom, this is called the mirror teaching. When people misunderstand your kindness, especially when you act with integrity and generosity, they are often projecting their own fears, insecurities, and limitations onto you. Someone who has never experienced unconditional love will always suspect hidden conditions or ulterior motives. Someone whose own generosity always comes with strings attached cannot possibly imagine generosity without any strings at all. Their accusations, their doubts, their cynical interpretations do not reveal your character. They reveal their own inner landscape. They are a mirror reflecting their world, not yours. The Buddha taught that attachment to being seen correctly is one of the subtlest and most pervasive forms of ego. We often believe we want recognition for noble reasons, to inspire others to encourage more kindness in the world. But often beneath these seemingly noble intentions, we are actually attached to the good feeling that comes from being appreciated, validated, and understood. When Wei thanked his accusers, he was demonstrating true freedom, freedom from needing external validation for his internal worth, freedom from the burdensome need for others to see him as he truly was. He understood that his inner truth was independent of their perceptions. Think about your own experiences with this painful test. Perhaps you've been the helpful coworker whose genuine efforts to collaborate were seen as manipulation or attempts to usurp authority. Maybe you're the family member whose sacrifices are consistently taken for granted or worse viewed with suspicion as if you're trying to gain an advantage. You might be the friend whose unwavering loyalty is questioned precisely because you are so loyal, leading others to wonder about your true intentions. In our modern world, authentic kindness often seems suspicious because it has become so rare, so countercultural. Social media has made this test even more challenging. We post about helping others and immediately get accused of virtue signaling. We share our struggles and are told we're seeking attention. We remain private and get accused of being fake or hiding something. It seems impossible to win this game of perception. And that precisely is the point. The game itself is rigged to teach us to stop playing. Let's practice healing this ancient wound together. Close your eyes gently and imagine yourself as Wei, standing in that village square, surrounded by the accusations, the anger, the profound misunderstanding. Feel the raw hurt of watching your gifts being rejected, your purest motives questioned by people you have served with love and compassion. Notice where this pain lives in your body, perhaps as a crushing tension in your chest, a burning heat in your face, or a heavy sinking feeling in your stomach. Now breathe slowly and deeply, imagining Wei's remarkable response. Feel what it would be like to genuinely thank your accusers, not for their accusations being true, but for showing you where you are still attached to being understood. This doesn't mean their accusations are true. It means their misunderstanding has revealed your own subtle, often unconscious need for external appreciation and validation. Breathe out the heavy burden of constantly trying to prove yourself to anyone. breathe in the lightness and freedom of simply knowing your own heart, knowing your own pure intent, independent of anyone else's perception. The Buddha once said, "Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased. This is a law eternal." This timeless truth applies profoundly to misunderstanding and defensiveness. When you respond to misunderstanding with defensiveness, anger, or a desperate need to explain, you often create more misunderstanding, more resistance, more conflict. You engage in the very battle you wish to avoid. But when you can respond with genuine gratitude for the teaching, the insight into your own attachment, you transform the entire dynamic. You become like someone so secure in their own purity, so grounded in their inner truth, that they can appreciate even betrayal as a spiritual gift, a profound opportunity for deeper liberation. Feel your shoulders relaxing as you release the need to control others' perceptions of you. Notice how much energy you've been expending to defend, explain, and prove yourself. All of that precious energy can now flow back into simply being who you are: kind, generous, authentic, compassionate, whether anyone recognizes it or not. You are reclaiming your power from the fickle judgments of the external world. But here's the most beautiful and often missed part of Wei's story. By not defending himself, by accepting the misunderstanding with profound grace and unwavering inner peace he didn't lose, he actually planted indelible seeds of truth in every heart present that day. Years later, when people remembered his utterly serene response, they began to question their own initial assumptions. His gratitude for betrayal was so unusual, so profoundly contrary to human nature, that it haunted them in the best possible way. Some eventually realized they had witnessed something holy, something truly transcendent, and spent the rest of their lives seeking that same inner freedom, that same unshakable peace. This is the secret power of passing the first test. When you stop needing to be understood, when you release the desperate grip of external validation, you become mysteriously magnetic to those who are truly ready for truth, for authenticity, for genuine connection. When you release the burden of managing others' opinions of you, you gain the lightness to soar above the realm where opinions even matter. You become like the mountain mist, impossible to grasp, impossible to contain, but touching everything with a gentle, pervasive blessing. As your breathing deepens and your body settles more completely, feel yourself embodying Wei's remarkable freedom. Imagine carrying his profound secret with you into tomorrow, into every interaction, the liberating knowledge that your worth doesn't depend on anyone's recognition. Your love doesn't require anyone's understanding. Your purpose doesn't need anyone's approval. You are like the wild tea plants in the hidden groves, growing in your own perfect time, nourished by your own inner mist, offering your gifts simply because that is your inherent nature, your divine impulse. The first test is dissolving now, its lessons integrated, leaving you lighter, more spacious, and infinitely more free than before. When misunderstanding comes again, and it will, because you are walking a path of authentic love in a world that often fears authenticity, you will remember Wei's bow of gratitude. You will remember that their confusion is not your problem to solve. Their fear is not your responsibility to fix. Your only sacred task is to keep offering your gifts, your kindness, your presence, with a heart as pure as mountain tea, whether anyone recognizes their value or not. For your worth is not in being understood, but in simply being. The second test often arrives quietly, like a morning fog settling deep into your bones. It's the peculiar ache of feeling fundamentally different from the world around you. You look at your friends, your family, your coworkers, and sometimes feel like you're speaking a different language entirely. They chase external achievements, accumulate possessions, compete for status, while you find yourself drawn to deeper, more existential questions. They seem content with surface level connections, casual banter, and ephemeral pleasures, while you long for conversations that touch the soul, discussions that explore the very essence of existence. They rush through life consuming experiences, while you prefer to sit quietly observing and letting life reveal its mysteries to you in its own time. This sacred solitude isn't the ordinary loneliness that comes from being rejected or excluded. It's not the pain of being left out of a social circle or the sting of unrequited love. Instead, it's the profound isolation that comes from seeing the world through different eyes, from having a different spiritual nutritional need. You haven't been cast out. In a profound sense, you've grown beyond the comfortable boundaries that once contained you, beyond the collective narratives that define normalcy for most. And that growth, while undeniably beautiful and indicative of a maturing soul, can feel devastatingly lonely. It's the loneliness of the mountain peak, which by its very height is apart from the valleys, yet connected to the vastness of the sky. Let me share with you a story from the remote mountains of Tibet, where a young monk named Tenzin discovered the profound difference between simply being alone and truly experiencing sacred solitude. Tenzin had spent 3 diligent years in a bustling monastery surrounded by hundreds of fellow monks. He participated in every ceremony, joined every philosophical debate, shared every meal in the great hall, which was always filled with laughter, lively discussion, and the camaraderie of spiritual seekers. By all outward appearances, he was thriving, a model student on the path of enlightenment within a vibrant community. Yet each night, as he lay on his simple bed, listening to the gentle snoring of his roommates, Tenzin felt a growing emptiness, a gnawing sense of disconnection that no amount of companionship or communal activity could fill. The other monks seemed content to follow the prescribed practices, to meticulously memorize ancient texts, to advance through the traditional stages of monastic life with a quiet dedication. But Tenzin found himself constantly asking questions that made his teachers subtly uncomfortable. Why do we chant these words if we don't truly feel their meaning vibrating within us? He would ponder. Why do we seek enlightenment as if it were a distant prize, a treasure to be acquired, rather than recognizing it in this very moment, in the simple act of breathing, in the quiet unfolding of each breath? He would question, why do we speak of boundless compassion for all beings while subtly competing with each other for the master's approval for a higher rank in the monastic hierarchies? His sincere questions, born not of rebellion, but of a deep yearning for authenticity, were often met with gentle corrections, sometimes tinged with a hint of exasperation. You think too much, young Tenzin, the elder monks would patiently advise. Follow the path that has been walked by thousands before you. It is a proven path, a safe path. But for Tenzin, merely following felt like sleepwalking, like living a life prescripted by others. He began to feel like an outsider, an anomaly even among those who shared his spiritual calling. During group meditations, while others appeared peaceful and focused, radiating an aura of calm, Tenzin wrestled with an unnameable yearning, a profound sense of yearning for something beyond the structured practices. During communal meals, while others chatted about monastery politics and daily concerns, Tenzin found himself gazing out the window at the vast silent mountains, feeling an undeniable, almost magnetic call to something beyond the monastery walls. He sensed a truth that couldn't be contained within doctrines or rituals, a truth that beckoned him into the boundless. One morning, after a particularly restless night, where his spirit felt confined and suffocated, Tenzin approached his teacher, Master Lobang, with a request that sent ripples of shock through the entire monastic community. He asked for permission to leave the monastery for a solitary retreat in the high mountains, not for a few weeks or months, which was a common practice, but indefinitely. He wanted to sit alone with the vastness of nature, with the raw, untamed spirit of the mountains, until he either found what he was seeking, or perhaps even more importantly, until he understood why he felt so profoundly disconnected from the very spiritual community he had once believed was his true home. Master Lobang, a wise and perceptive teacher whose eyes seemed to hold the quiet wisdom of centuries, studied his young student with knowing compassion. "You feel alone even when surrounded by your brothers?" he observed gently, his voice soft as falling snow. Tenzin nodded, tears gathering in his eyes as he finally admitted this painful truth aloud. "And you believe that physical solitude will cure this loneliness?" Master Lobang probed further. Tenzin nodded again, though this time with less certainty, a flicker of doubt in his gaze. "Very well," Master Lobang said quietly, a profound understanding in his voice. "But I have one condition. You must promise to return after 1 year and tell me what you've discovered about the difference between being alone and being lonely." Tenzin agreed eagerly, a wave of gratitude washing over him, thankful that his teacher, unlike others, truly understood his desperate need for this solitary journey. The young monk climbed high into the Himalayas, venturing far beyond the reach of human voices, beyond the last vestiges of civilization. He found a small secluded cave perched precariously on a cliff face, overlooking an endless expanse of majestic peaks and silent valleys. Here the only sounds were the whisper of the wind, the distant cry of an eagle, and the steady rhythm of his own breathing. For the first time in years, Tenzin felt a deep, cleansing relief. No more forced conversations about topics that felt shallow and meaningless. No more pretending to find profound meaning in rituals that left him cold and unmoved. No more smiling and nodding politely when his heart was crying out for something authentic, something raw and real. For several months, Tenzin reveled in his newfound solitude. He meditated for hours without interruption, his mind expanding into the vastness around him. He watched sunrises paint the snow-capped mountains, gold felt the icy grip of the wind, and sensed his spirit expanding like the vast, limitless sky above him. The painful loneliness he'd felt in the monastery, the sense of being an outsider, began to dissolve, replaced by a profound sense of connection, not to people, but to something much larger, something immeasurable. He began to understand that his previous isolation in the monastery hadn't been about the other monks at all. It had been about his own resistance to accepting his unique spiritual path, his own inherent difference. He had been trying to force himself into a mold that was never meant for him. But as winter deepened and the months stretched on a different, more subtle kind of loneliness began to emerge. This wasn't the painful disconnection he'd felt before. It was more like a profound homesickness, but for a home he'd never truly known, a longing for something universal. Sitting in perfect silence under the brilliant star filled sky, Tenzin began to feel the palpable presence of all beings everywhere, suffering and seeking just as he was. He felt the monks in his old monastery wrestling with their own unspoken questions, their quiet doubts. He felt people in distant cities aching for the peace he'd found in the mountains, unaware of its simple presence. He felt the profound, intricate interconnectedness of all life, the shared suffering, the shared yearning, the shared essence, and with it a deep, overflowing longing to share what he was discovering. His solitude, ironically, was deepening his compassion and sense of universal connection. As the year drew to its close, Tenzin realized that his solitude had taught him something truly unexpected. The loneliness he'd felt in the monastery hadn't been cured by being alone in the traditional sense. It had been utterly transformed by accepting his unique place in the vast interconnected web of existence. He wasn't isolated from life. He was connected to it in a way that transcended mere physical proximity to others. His different perspective wasn't a burden to hide or overcome. It was a sacred gift he was meant to cultivate and eventually offer to the world. It was his unique contribution to the unfolding of consciousness. When Tenzin returned to the monastery precisely 1 year later, as promised, Master Lobang immediately noticed the profound change in his student's presence. The young monk's eyes held a new depth, a quiet luminosity that hadn't been there before, and his movements carried a quiet confidence that spoke of inner resolution, a deep knowing. "Tell me," the master said, his voice imbued with anticipation, "what did you learn about being alone versus being lonely?" Tenzin smiled with a warmth that seemed to light up the austere meditation hall. "Master," he replied, his voice calm and clear, "I learned that loneliness is feeling disconnected from life, while solitude is feeling profoundly connected to all of life. In the monastery, I was lonely because I was trying to force myself to be like everyone else, to conform to a path that wasn't uniquely mine. In the mountains, I was alone, but I was never lonely because I finally accepted who I am and why I see things differently. I discovered that my different perspective isn't a flaw. It's my unique contribution to the whole my way of seeing what others might miss." Master Lobang nodded slowly, a profound sense of satisfaction on his face. "And now," Tenzin continued, "now I can be with others without losing myself, without feeling the need to conform or pretend. And I can be alone without feeling abandoned because I understand that I am always connected to the vastness of existence. I understand that some souls are meant to walk ahead of the crowd, not because they're better, but because someone needs to scout the path to venture into unexplored territories and to report back what they find. This story reveals the profound truth about the second test faced by pure-hearted souls. The sacred solitude isn't a punishment, it's preparation. Those who feel different, who question what others blindly accept, who seek depth in a surface world, are often the scouts of human consciousness. They are meant to venture into unexplored territories of the heart and spirit to discover new pathways of understanding, and then to return with wisdom that can guide others who are ready to listen. In Buddhist teaching, this is understood as the natural progression of awakening consciousness. The Buddha himself left his comfortable palace life not because he was antisocial or wished to withdraw from humanity, but because his soul had utterly outgrown the constraints of conventional living, the superficiality of worldly pursuits. He spent years in solitude, wrestling with the deepest questions of existence, facing profound inner challenges, before returning to share what he had discovered with a suffering world. His initial loneliness in the palace, a sense of disconnect from its illusions, transformed into meaningful solitude in the forest, which ultimately blossomed into profound connection and boundless compassion for all beings. In our modern world, this test manifests in countless, often subtle ways. You might be the person at parties who finds small talk utterly exhausting, feeling drained rather than energized by it, while others seem to thrive on it. You could be the family member who quietly questions traditions that everyone else follows, blindly feeling a deep unease about their emptiness. Perhaps you're the friend who prefers deep searching conversations about life's meaning, about suffering, purpose, and spiritual growth to discussions about celebrity gossip, consumerism, or superficial achievements. You might find yourself drawn to spiritual practices, philosophy, contemplative arts, or creative pursuits that others dismiss as impractical, irrelevant, or simply weird. The pain of this test often intensifies during holidays and social gatherings. While others seem genuinely excited about material gifts and surface level celebrations, you find yourself longing for rituals that truly honor the sacred nature of existence, for connections that go beyond obligatory pleasantries. When friends bond over competition gossip or shared materialistic goals, you feel like you're watching from behind a thick pane of glass, wanting desperately to connect but unable to find common ground that resonates with your soul. This isn't because you're antisocial or feel superior. It's simply because your soul has different nutritional needs, a different yearning for truth and depth. Social media can make this test particularly challenging, even agonizing. Scrolling through curated feeds filled with meticulously crafted lives, shallow achievements, and constant validation seeking can intensify the feeling of being fundamentally different, an anomaly in a world obsessed with appearances. While others seem fulfilled by accumulating likes, followers, and material possessions, you find yourself yearning for experiences that can't be photographed, quantified, or shared in a pithy caption. You want conversations that change people, moments that open hearts, connections that transcend the digital realm and touch the timeless. But here's what Tenzin's story teaches us about transforming this test into a profound blessing. The goal isn't to eliminate the feeling of being different or to force yourself to conform to societal norms. It's to understand why you're different and how that difference serves the greater good, how it plays a vital role in the cosmic tapestry. Your unique perspective isn't a cosmic mistake, a defect to be fixed. It's a cosmic assignment. You are meant to see what others don't see, feel what others haven't felt, question what others haven't dared to question, and eventually share what you've discovered with those who are ready to receive it. You are a pioneer of consciousness. Let's practice embracing your sacred solitude right now. Place your hands gently on your chest and feel your heart beating with its own unique individual rhythm. This heart doesn't beat in perfect sync with anyone else's yet. It is an inseparable part of the grand symphony of all hearts everywhere. Take a slow, deep breath and imagine yourself as Tenzin in that pristine mountain cave, finally free to be exactly who you are without apology, without explanation, without the need to justify your unique path. Feel the immense relief of no longer trying to fit into spaces that were never meant for you, of no longer trying to force a connection where none truly existed on a soul level. Breathe out the exhaustion of pretending to find fulfillment in things that leave you empty, of trying to generate enthusiasm for pursuits that drain your spirit. Breathe in the spaciousness of accepting your unique spiritual fingerprint, your inherent difference as a gift. You don't need to be understood by everyone. You only need to understand yourself and your profound purpose. The Buddha taught, better it is to live one day, seeing the rise and fall of things, than to live 100 years without ever seeing the rise and fall of things. Your different perspective, your sacred solitude, allows you to see the rise and fall of things that others miss entirely. While they're caught up in the drama of the waves, in the superficial currents of daily life, you're learning to recognize the vast, unchanging ocean itself, the profound undercurrents of existence. This isn't a burden, it's a superpower waiting to be claimed, a profound insight waiting to be embodied. Imagine now that your solitude is like Tenzin's mountain cave, not a place of exile or punishment, but a sacred sanctuary where you can connect with the vast, boundless intelligence that flows through all existence. In this sacred space, you are never truly alone because you are communing with the source of all life, with the universal consciousness. Your different questions, your deeper longings, your resistance to surface level living, these aren't flaws to fix, but precious treasures to cultivate invaluable seeds of wisdom waiting to blossom. Feel your breathing becoming even deeper and more peaceful as you embrace this profound truth. The loneliness you've carried, the sense of being an outsider, is transforming into something precious, the recognition that you are part of a much larger conversation, a more profound spiritual evolution than most people realize. You are connected to every seeker who has ever felt out of place in their time, every mystic who has chosen depth over popularity, every soul who has dared to question the unquestioned and seek the unseen. Some of the most beautiful and transformative contributions to human consciousness have come from those who felt fundamentally different from their contemporaries artists who painted what others couldn't see, writers who articulated what others couldn't express, spiritual teachers who pointed toward truths that others couldn't perceive. Their initial loneliness, their profound sense of separation, was often the price of admission to discovering gifts that would eventually bless countless lives, illuminating paths for generations to come. As you rest in this understanding, notice how your body is releasing the tension of trying to be someone you're not, of constantly trying to fit in. Your shoulders are dropping, your jaw is softening, your breath is flowing more freely, more naturally. This is what it feels like to truly come home to yourself, not the self that others expect you to be, not the self molded by societal pressures, but the self that you actually are, the self that sees profound beauty in simple moments, finds deep meaning in quiet experiences, and trusts the wisdom of your own unique, divinely guided path. The second test is revealing its hidden gift. Now, your sacred solitude isn't isolating you from love, it's connecting you to a love so vast, so encompassing, that it includes everything and everyone, even those who don't understand you yet. You're not alone in your differentness. You're part of an invisible, timeless community of souls who are quietly helping humanity evolve to new levels of consciousness. Your questions are their questions. Your longings are their longings. Your search is their search. Feel yourself sinking deeper into peace as you realize that your path of sacred solitude is actually a path of profound service. By being true to your unique perspective, by honoring your different way of seeing, you're helping to expand what's possible for human consciousness, showing others that there's more to life than the surface. You're like Tenzin returning from the mountain carrying wisdom that could only be gained through walking the path less traveled. Your differentness is not your burden. It's your gift to a world that desperately needs new ways of seeing, feeling, and being. Have you ever felt like life is playing a cruel joke on you? One by one, the things you've worked for, cared about, and depended upon begin slipping away like sand through your fingers. It might start small, a cherished friendship that suddenly ends without explanation, a job that disappears without warning despite your diligent efforts, an investment that evaporates overnight. But then the losses cascade, accelerating with an almost terrifying momentum, as if some invisible, unrelenting force has decided to strip away everything you once thought was secure. Money vanishes through unexpected expenses, unforeseen market shifts, or even the betrayal of trusted associates. Relationships that seemed solid, built on years of shared history and affection, crumble without apparent reason. Health issues emerge from nowhere, debilitating and mysterious. Dreams you've nurtured for years, perhaps decades, suddenly seem utterly impossible to achieve, fading into the realm of what ifs. You find yourself asking the most painful and disorienting question: why is this happening when I've tried so hard to live a good life, when I've been honest, hardworking, and compassionate? The losses feel random, cruel, and utterly unfair, particularly when juxtaposed with the perceived ease of others. You watch people who lie, cheat, and manipulate continue to prosper, building empires on shaky foundations, while your honest efforts result in one setback after another. It's enough to make anyone question the very fabric of existence, to wonder if virtue is truly its own reward or merely a naive aspiration. What if I told you that these profound losses, this relentless emptying, are not punishments at all, but rather the universe's most radical and precise way of preparing you for blessings so magnificent that you need to be completely empty to truly receive them? What if the very act of stripping away what you thought you needed is in fact the most profound act of love, designed to reveal what you truly are beyond all acquisition and attachment? In a small mountain village in old Japan, nestled among ancient cedars, there lived a master potter named Kenji. His ceramic bowls were considered the finest in all the land, each piece a delicate balance of form, function, and profound artistry. They were sought after by nobles and common people alike, not just for their beauty, but for the palpable sense of peace they seemed to emanate. Kenji had inherited his unparalleled skills from 8 generations of potters, along with the very soul of his craft, a magnificent ancient kiln that stood as the beating heart of his workshop. His shelves were lined with treasures, rare glazes passed down through centuries, tools crafted by master artisans long forgotten, and countless pieces representing decades of perfected craft and unwavering dedication. Kenji lived simply but comfortably supported by a steady income and the deep, quiet satisfaction of creating enduring beauty with his hands of pouring his very essence into clay. He was known not just for his extraordinary skill, but also for his exceptionally generous heart. When villagers couldn't afford his work, he would often give pieces away, saying that true beauty belonged to everyone, not just the wealthy. When young people showed interest in pottery, he taught them freely, never hoarding his techniques or secrets, always believing that knowledge shared multiplies. One crisp autumn evening, as Kenji closed his workshop after a particularly productive day, a subtle unease settled over him. His prized ancient kiln, usually a symbol of steadfast strength and enduring tradition, was making an unusual sound. A deep, ominous cracking, a sound that seemed to come from its very foundation, from the core of its being. By morning, the sound had manifested into a visible split, a jagged fissure running through the kiln's thick, ancient wall. Within days, the crack had spread so extensively, spiderwebbing across the entire structure, that the kiln was no longer safe to use. It was a heart-wrenching sight, akin to seeing a beloved elder suddenly brought low. Without the kiln, Kenji couldn't fire his pottery, and without fired pottery, he had no way to earn a living, no means to continue his craft, no avenue for the expression that defined him. The cost to rebuild such an ancient specialized structure was enormous, far more than he had ever possessed at one time. He was forced to begin selling his most precious pieces, the rare glazes that had taken generations to perfect even his finest, most beloved tools, the very extensions of his hands. But the money still wasn't enough. As winter approached, bitter and unforgiving, Kenji's situation grew desperate. His workshop, once filled with the promise of creation and the quiet hum of artistic endeavor, now echoed with the hollow emptiness of loss. Some nights he would sit among the bare, empty shelves, the air thick with the dust of shattered dreams, wondering if this was punishment for some unknown wrongdoing. Had he been prideful about his skills? Had he taken his good fortune for granted, failing to appreciate the blessings he had received? The questions gnawed at his soul, intensifying the cold and the despair. But the losses weren't finished with Kenji yet. One harsh winter night, a fire broke out in the village, ignited by a stray spark from a brazier spreading from house to house with terrifying, uncontainable speed. Kenji's workshop, with its remaining tools and a few unsold pieces, all that was left of his tangible legacy, was consumed entirely by the inferno. He stood in the falling snow, watching 8 generations of his family's legacy, their history, their very identity, turn to swirling ash and smoke, feeling as though his own essence, his very identity, was burning away with it. The devastation was absolute, leaving him with literally nothing but the clothes on his back and the bitter wind whipping through his hair. In the depths of this utter devastation, when all seemed lost, something unexpected, almost miraculous happened. Old Master Yamamoto, a reclusive tea master, renowned for his profound wisdom, a man who rarely descended from his remote mountain retreat, suddenly appeared amidst the smoking ruins of Kenji's workshop. His presence was calm, almost ethereal amidst the chaos. "I have been watching your journey, young Kenji. Master Yamamoto said quietly, his breath visible in the cold air, his voice carrying the resonance of timeless understanding. And I have a question for you. What were you really creating in this workshop? Were you creating pottery or were you creating attachment to pottery? Kenji stripped bare of all pretenses and all that he thought defined him, found himself speaking more honestly than he ever had before from a place of raw, unvarnished truth. I thought I was creating Beauty Master, he confessed, his voice hoarse with grief. But perhaps I was creating chains that bound me to a single way of being in the world, to a single identity. I was trapped by my own success, by my own perceived worth. Master Yamamoto nodded slowly, a profound, gentle understanding in his eyes. The universe has a strange, often paradoxical way of loving us, my friend, he observed. Sometimes it takes away everything we think we need so that we can finally discover what we actually need, what is truly essential to our being. He paused, then continued, Tell me, in all your years of creating pottery, when did you feel most alive, most connected to your deepest self, most fulfilled? Kenji thought for a long, quiet moment, sifting through years of memories, then answered with a surprising revelation in his voice, as if he had just unearthed a buried treasure. When I was teaching young people, Master, when I watched their faces light up the first time they successfully centered clay on the wheel, their hands trembling with a mix of concentration and wonder. When I saw them discover for themselves that they could create something beautiful with their own hands, that the potential for creation lay within them. And tell me, the master continued, his voice soft but probing, what do you need to teach someone to center clay and create beauty? What are the absolute essentials? Kenji looked around at the smoking ruins of his workshop, then down at his empty, calloused hands. Slowly, a profound understanding, a quiet revelation began to dawn on his face, illuminating his grief-worn features. Nothing, he whispered the word, a revelation. I need nothing but clay water and these hands, thus everything else. The fancy tools, the perfect kiln, the workshop filled with treasures. Those were luxuries, not necessities. They were adornments, not the core. Master Yamamoto smiled a gentle, knowing smile that encompassed the wisdom of ages. The fire didn't destroy your ability to create, Kenji. It destroyed your dependence on things that were never essential to your true gift. You were known as the finest potter in the region, but you were meant to be something even more valuable, something immeasurable. A teacher who helps others discover their own innate creative power, who awakens the artist within them. The universe had to empty your hands completely so you could finally see what you were really meant to hold, the boundless potential of others. Within weeks, Kenji began teaching pottery in the most basic, stripped-down way possible. He used simple, readily available clay, a bucket of water, and his bare hands. He had no workshop, so he taught outdoors when weather permitted, under the vast open sky, and in borrowed spaces when it didn't. Word of his unconventional teaching style spread quickly, drawing students not just to learn pottery techniques, but to experience the profound peace, the radiant inner freedom that radiated from a man who had lost everything and discovered that he had lost nothing truly essential. He embodied a new kind of wealth, a spiritual abundance that transcended all material possessions. Years later, Kenji's students, inspired by his unwavering spirit and profound wisdom, established pottery studios throughout the region. Each one carried forward Not just the technical skills he had imparted, but the deeper wisdom he embodied, the understanding that true creativity stems from within that adversity can forge character, and that authenticity is the greatest art. His influence spread far beyond what he could have ever achieved in his original prosperous workshop, reaching hundreds, even thousands of people who learned not only to create beauty with their own hands, but also to find meaning and resilience in the face of life's inevitable changes. The fire that had seemed to destroy his life had actually paradoxically liberated his true purpose, setting him free to fulfill a destiny far grander than he could have ever imagined. This story illuminates the profound mystery behind what often appears to be random, senseless loss. What looks like utter devastation is, in fact, a precise cosmic surgery, a divinely orchestrated removal of everything that stands between you and your true purpose, your highest potential. The universe doesn't take away what you need, it takes away what you think you need, what you've attached your identity and happiness to, so you can finally discover what you actually need, which is often nothing external at all, but a deep, unshakable connection to your inner essence. In Buddhist understanding, this process is called the gift of emptiness, or the practice of non attachment. When our hands are full of things that don't truly serve our highest purpose, our soul's deepest calling, we can't possibly receive what's truly meant for us. When our lives are cluttered with attachments, expectations, and limiting beliefs that constrain our growth space, must be created by removing what no longer serves, however painful that removal may be. It's like a wise gardener who must ruthlessly pull weeds, even healthy looking ones, so the prized plant can grow stronger, deeper, and more beautiful, reaching its full potential. Think about the profound losses you've experienced in your own life. That relationship that ended just when you thought it was perfect, when it promised lasting happiness. Perhaps unbeknownst to you, it was subtly preventing you from truly meeting someone who could love the real you, the evolving you, rather than just the version you presented. The job you lost that seemed so unfair, so unexpected. Maybe it was inadvertently keeping you trapped in a role that didn't honor your true gifts, that stifled your authentic expression or limited your potential. The money that disappeared through circumstances entirely beyond your control. Possibly it was attached to energies agreements or karmic patterns that weren't aligned with your soul's highest path, and its removal was a necessary severing. The Buddha taught that suffering often comes not from what happens to us, not from the external events themselves, but from our intense attachment to how we think things should be, to our rigid expectations, to our desperate clinging to permanence in a world of constant flux. When we cling desperately to circumstances, relationships, or possessions defining our worth and happiness by them, we inevitably create our own suffering when those things inevitably change or depart. But when we can learn to hold things lightly, appreciating them fully while they are present, and releasing them gracefully when it's time to let go, we discover a profound peace, a boundless inner freedom that doesn't depend on external conditions, a peace that cannot be shaken by the vagaries of life. Let's practice this vital spiritual releasing together right now. Think of something you've lost that still causes you a sharp pang of pain or a dull ache when you remember it. A relationship, a dream, a material possession, a sense of security. Feel where that loss lives in your body, perhaps as a familiar tension in your chest, a knot in your throat, or a heavy sinking feeling in your stomach. Now breathe slowly and deeply, imagining yourself as Kenji standing amidst the smoldering ruins of his workshop, witnessing his entire legacy turned to ash. Feel the initial overwhelming devastation, the raw sense that everything meaningful has been irrevocably destroyed, that your identity has vanished. But then, with your continued slow, deep breaths, imagine Master Yamamoto's gentle, profound question: what were you really creating? The thing itself or attachment to the thing? Allow yourself for a precious few moments to consider the radical possibility that this loss, however painful, might have fundamentally freed you from something that was actually limiting your growth, subtly constraining your evolution, or preventing you from seeing a truer, larger purpose. Breathe out the heavy grief of what you lost, releasing it into the vastness of the universe. Breathe in a quiet curiosity and open hearted wonder about what this very loss might be making space for, what new potentials it might be clearing the ground for. Feel your hands, your heart opening, releasing the desperate need to hold on to what is already gone, what has already passed. Notice how much energy you've been unconsciously using to resist this loss, to fight against the inevitable flow of impermanence. Feel that precious energy returning to you, flowing back into your core as you stop fighting what has already happened, as you surrender to the wisdom of the moment. The Buddha once said, "You only lose what you cling to." This doesn't mean we shouldn't care deeply about people and things, or that we should cultivate indifference. On the contrary, it means we can love deeply without grasping desperately. We can appreciate beauty without needing to own it. We can enjoy experiences without needing to make them permanent. We can love people without needing to control their choices or their presence in our lives. This paradox is the heart of true freedom. As your breathing deepens and your body continues to relax, imagine that your losses, however painful, have been like Kenji's fire, not destroying your essence, not diminishing your true self, but rather revealing it, refining it, burning away the dross to reveal the gold beneath. What if everything you've lost was actually clearing the way for something more aligned with your authentic nature, something more profound, more joyful, more purposeful? What if the universe has been meticulously preparing you for gifts so magnificent that they require empty hands, a clear heart, and an open spirit to receive? What if your losses have been making you hollow in the most beautiful, sacred way, like a flute that can only make soul-stirring music precisely because it is empty inside, allowing the breath of life to pass through it freely? Notice how your shoulders are dropping, releasing the heavy burden of protecting what was never meant to be permanent, what was never truly yours to hold forever. Feel your jaws softening, releasing the unconscious, grinding against reality, against the harsh truths of impermanence. Your breath is flowing more freely, more deeply, as you make peace with the natural, inevitable cycles of gain and loss that govern all existence, the rhythm of life itself. You are discovering what Kenji learned, that sometimes the universe has to empty your hands completely, not to impoverish you, but to show you what you were really meant to hold, not things but experiences, not possessions but wisdom, not control but surrender, not fleeting happiness but enduring peace. This test, the test of profound loss, is not an ending, but a radical reorientation, a stripping away of the inessential to reveal the eternal. The fourth test cuts deeper than any stranger's misunderstanding. It wounds more profoundly than any material loss, however devastating. This is the peculiar, agonizing pain that arrives through the hands of those we love most: our children, our parents, our partners, our closest friends. These are the very people for whom we would give anything sacrifice, everything forgive endlessly believing implicitly in the sanctity of that bond. Yet somehow, in a cruel twist of fate or karma, they become the source of our deepest wounds, the instigators of our most agonizing lessons. You might be the parent who poured your very soul into raising your children with boundless love, unwavering support, and hard earned wisdom, only to watch them choose paths that break your heart, paths filled with self destruction or outright rejection of everything you tried to instill. Perhaps you're the adult child who honored your parents through every conceivable difficulty, every sacrifice, every moment of weakness, yet they inexplicably favor a sibling who rarely calls, rarely visits, and offers little in return. Maybe you're the spouse who remained faithful, loyal, and committed through every challenge, every storm, every lean year, only to discover profound betrayal where you expected unwavering loyalty and mutual respect. The cruel irony of this test is that the depth of your pain directly reflects the purity and intensity of your love. The more open, unconditional, and vulnerable your heart has been, the more profoundly it can be wounded. Let me share with you a story from ancient China that illuminates why this test comes to those with the purest hearts, why it is a necessary, albeit agonizing, step on the path of higher love. In the mountains near the old capital, amidst the bustling tea markets and serene temples, there lived a renowned merchant named Master Chen. He had dedicated his entire life, every fiber of his being, to his only son, Liang. Chen's beloved wife had tragically died in childbirth, leaving him to raise the boy alone while managing a successful and demanding tea trading business. Chen's love for his son was legendary in their region, often spoken of in hushed, admiring tones. He famously refused lucrative business opportunities that would have required long, arduous travels, choosing instead to remain close to home so he could be present for every stage of Lang's development, every milestone, every childhood memory. He taught Liang not only the intricacies of the tea trade, but also the values of honesty, integrity, and compassion that had defined his own life. As Liang grew into a young man full of youthful vigor and ambition, Chen began gradually transferring more responsibility to him, patiently teaching him the ropes, dreaming of the day when they would work side by side as true partners, building an even greater legacy together. Everything Chen did, every sacrifice he made, every decision he weighed, was filtered through a single guiding question: what would be best for Liang? How can I secure his future and happiness? But as Liang entered his 20s, full of youthful arrogance and a thirst for rapid success, something began to change subtly at first, then more overtly. Liang started spending time with a new group of younger merchants, sharp-witted and ruthless, who operated with very different principles than his father. They spoke of business as warfare customers, as targets to be conquered, and profit as the only true measure of success and worth. Gradually, Liang began implementing radical changes within the family business, without consulting Chen, cutting corners that Chen had always meticulously maintained, pressuring customers that Chen had always treated with utmost respect and fairness. The foundational values of their business, built on trust and reputation, began to erode. When Chen, with a heavy heart, tried to discuss these alarming changes, Liang's responses grew increasingly harsh, dismissive, and cold. "You've become an obstacle to progress, father," he declared during one particularly painful conversation, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Your old fashioned methods are holding us back in a rapidly changing world. Maybe it's time for you to step aside and let someone with modern vision, with a contemporary understanding of the market, lead this business into the future." Chen felt each cutting word like a physical blow, a sharp pain in his chest, not because of any concern for his own position or authority, but because he could see his beloved son transforming, hardening into someone he no longer recognized, someone driven by ambition rather than integrity. The transformation accelerated when Liang secretly borrowed vast sums of money against the business's assets to fund increasingly risky speculative ventures with his new unscrupulous associates. When these high stakes investments failed catastrophically, as such ventures often do, Chen discovered that their once prosperous family business was suddenly drowning in insurmountable debt. Rather than take any responsibility for his reckless actions, Liang, in a final act of blame, lashed out at his father, twisting the narrative to suit his own self serving delusion. "If you had supported my vision instead of undermining it with your conservative fears," he declared, his voice filled with bitter accusation, "none of this would have happened. It's all your fault." Chen, with a heart bleeding from multiple wounds, sold everything he personally owned: his comfortable home, his cherished possessions, even his late wife's precious jewelry imbued with precious memories, to save the business from total ruin, to cover Liang's exorbitant debts. Through it all, through this agonizing process of financial and emotional ruin, he never once reproached his son publicly or threatened to disinherit him. His love, despite everything, remained constant, a quiet, unwavering flame, even as his heart was breaking into 1,000 pieces. But Liang's final, most devastating betrayal was still to come. Humiliated by the business failure and perhaps unable to face the consequences of his actions, he decided to leave town entirely, to simply disappear and start fresh somewhere else, leaving his father to pick up the pieces. On the night before his clandestine departure, he came to his father's humble, now bare abode, not to seek forgiveness or offer comfort, but to demand his inheritance. "You owe me this, father," he said coldly, his eyes hard and unyielding. "Give me whatever money remains, so I can start fresh somewhere else, far from this disaster." Chen looked at his son, the boy he had nurtured with such devotion, and saw a stranger, a hardened, selfish young man. With tears flowing freely down his weathered face, tears not of anger, but of boundless sorrow and love, Chen gave Liang the last of their money, the very last coins he possessed. As his son counted the coins, without a word of thanks, without a single glance of remorse, Chen whispered, his voice barely audible, "I failed you, my son, not by loving you too little, but by not teaching you how to love yourself." Liang left that night, vanishing into the darkness, without looking back, leaving Chen utterly alone, bereft of family fortune and the very future he had envisioned. For months, Chen wrestled with the most painful questions a parent can face, questions that echoed endlessly in the silence of his empty home. Where had he gone wrong? Had his love been too generous, too protective, too enabling? Had he suffocated Liang with his devotion? He reviewed every memory, every decision, searching for the fatal flaw the moment he had strayed from the path. One evening, as Chen sat in quiet meditation, lost in the labyrinth of his grief, an old memory surfaced with startling clarity. He remembered his own father, a simple farmer whom Chen in his youth had once felt frustrated by, even embarrassed by his apparent lack of sophistication and ambition. Only years later, after facing his own worldly struggles, had he come to truly appreciate the quiet wisdom, the deep integrity, and the simple, enduring strength his father had embodied. In that profound moment of remembering, a light of understanding flickered within Chen. He experienced a fundamental transformative shift in understanding. Perhaps Liang's rejection wasn't a failure of love or a consequence of Chen's missteps, but a necessary, albeit painful, part of his son's own unique journey toward discovering his own authentic path, his own true self. Perhaps the values Chen had tried so diligently to teach, integrity, compassion, perseverance, couldn't be inherited like money or property, but had to be earned through direct personal experience, through the crucible of suffering, and through an eventual hard-won awakening. Maybe his true role as a father wasn't to prevent his son from making mistakes, to shield him from the consequences of his choices, but to love him unconditionally through whatever mistakes he needed to make, through whatever pain he needed to endure, to find his own truth. This profound realization brought Chen an unexpected deep peace that transcended his personal agony. He began to see that his love for Liang had been pure and necessary, regardless of how it was received, regardless of the painful outcome. Love given freely, authentically, and without expectation, he realized, is never wasted, even when it appears to be rejected, even when it causes immense pain in the moment, because it becomes an indelible part of the recipient's story forever, a seed planted in the subconscious, waiting for its own time to sprout and bear fruit. Chen began to rebuild his life on a smaller, simpler scale, creating a humble tea shop where people could find not only exquisite tea, but also profound peace, quiet solace, and simple, timeless wisdom radiating from his presence. Years passed, almost a decade. Then one crisp autumn afternoon, as Chen sat in his tea shop, quietly observing the world go by, he looked up to see a familiar figure in the doorway. His son had returned, but the arrogant, self-serving young man who had left was gone, replaced by someone humbled by years of struggle, weathered by life's harsh lessons, carrying the quiet dignity of someone who had faced their own demons. "Father," Liang said quietly, his voice breaking with emotion, his eyes filled with a fragile repentance. Chen looked up calmly, feeling his heart expand with the same boundless love that had never actually diminished, never truly been broken. "Welcome home, my son," Chen replied simply, his voice a balm. No explanations were demanded, no apologies required as a condition of acceptance. The love was simply there waiting. Over a shared cup of tea, Liang, now matured by suffering, shared his story of the intervening years, the failures that had taught him humility, the painful consequences of his reckless choices, and the gradual agonizing recognition that everything his father had tried to teach him had been profound wisdom, not weakness or old-fashioned notions. "I understand now," he said through quiet tears, his voice filled with a newfound reverence, "that you loved me not for what I accomplished, not for my successes, but for who I was, for my very being. And I threw that precious gift away because I didn't understand its true value then." Chen smiled with infinite tenderness, his eyes brimming with a quiet joy. My son, love that can be thrown away was never really love. True love is like the sun. It continues to shine whether or not we face toward it. Your rejection paradoxically taught me to love you even more, purely without expectation or condition, because it forced me to find the source of that love within myself, independent of your response. This story reveals the profound mystery of the fourth test. The pain of betrayal by loved ones isn't punishment for loving too much or for loving unwisely. Instead, it's a rigorous initiation into loving even more perfectly, into a higher, purer form of love. When someone you love deeply hurts you profoundly, you're faced with the ultimate spiritual choice. Will you close your heart, hardening yourself to protect against future pain, withdrawing into bitterness and resentment? Or will you learn to love without attachment to how that love is received, without requiring perfect reciprocity, without conditions? In Buddhist teaching, this is the transition from conditional love to unconditional love. Conditional love says, I will love you if you behave in ways that please me, if you meet my expectations, if you return my affection perfectly. Unconditional love, in contrast, says, I love you because love is my nature, because love is who I am. I love you not because of anything you do or don't do, not because of your actions or your choices, but simply because you are a sentient being, a part of the grand tapestry of life. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat, allowing yourself to be perpetually exploited or harmed. Chen didn't pursue his son or enable his destructive behavior. He simply maintained the internal flame of love. It means releasing the desperate need for others to validate our love by reciprocating it perfectly, by conforming to our ideals of how love should look. Let's practice this profound transformation together right now. Bring to mind someone you love who has disappointed you deeply, who has caused you significant pain through their actions or choices. Feel the familiar ache in your chest, the complex mixture of love and pain their memory evokes. Notice the pull to resentment, the desire for them to understand, to apologize, to change. Now breathe slowly and deeply, imagining yourself as Master Chen in that moment of profound realization after Liang's final betrayal. Feel the subtle yet revolutionary shift from the agonizing question, why don't they love me the way I love them, to the liberating question, how can I love them more freely, more purely, more unconditionally? Breathe out the desperate need for them to be different than they are, to conform to your expectations. Breathe in the radical acceptance of their right to make their own choices, to walk their own path, even choices that cause you pain, even paths that you don't understand. The Buddha taught that hatred is never appeased by hatred, but by non-hatred alone. This wisdom applies equally, if not more so, to the complex emotions of disappointment and resentment within deeply personal relationships. The more we demand recognition for our caring, the more we push others away. The more we cling to an ideal of how the relationship should be, the more we suffer when reality diverges. But when we release them from the obligation to return our love in specific ways, when we offer our love not as a transaction, but as a pure emanation of our being, we create boundless space for authentic connection to emerge naturally in its own time and in its own way. We become a source of love, not a demand for it. Feel your breathing becoming deeper, more expansive as you practice this profound release. Notice how much energy you've been using to try to control how others respond to your love, to manipulate their actions, to manage their choices. All of that energy, once dissipated in external efforts, can now flow back into simply loving, not because they deserve it, not because they've earned it, but because love is who you are. It is your very nature, your essence. The fourth test is revealing its profound, almost agonizingly beautiful gift. Now, through the crucible of betrayal by those closest to you, you're discovering a love that cannot be betrayed because it doesn't depend on reciprocation or external validation. You're learning to love like the divine loves, unconditionally, eternally, without expectation of return, without judgment of the beloved's path. This is the love that heals not just individual relationships, but the very fabric of existence itself, dissolving the illusion of separation and fostering a profound sense of interconnectedness. As we prepare to explore the fifth test, rest in the magnificent spaciousness of this unconditional love. You are no longer a victim of others' choices because your happiness and your capacity to love no longer depend on their choices. You are free to love as purely as Chen loved his son, through rejection and return, through every season of relationship, through every twist and turn of fate. Because love itself has become your refuge, your sanctuary, your ultimate truth. And in that you find an unshakable peace. Something strange, profoundly disturbing happens to good people that rarely touches others in the same way. You find yourself targeted by individuals who seem to take genuine pleasure in destroying what is beautiful, who view your kindness as a weakness, to exploit, who work systematically and relentlessly to undermine everything positive, truthful, or compassionate you try to create. These aren't simply misguided souls acting out of their own pain or unconscious wounds, as we might charitably assume for most difficult people. No, these are individuals who appear genuinely malicious, who seem energized by causing harm to those whose very goodness, their very light, threatens to expose the darkness they harbor within. You recognize this in the coworker who subtly yet effectively sabotages your projects out of pure corrosive envy. You see it in the neighbor who spreads vicious, unfounded lies about your family for no apparent reason, motivated by an inexplicable animosity. Or perhaps it's the person in your community who makes it their personal mission to tear down every positive initiative you support, every selfless act you undertake, simply because your efforts highlight their own cynical inaction. What makes this particular test so agonizingly painful is that these individuals often appear successful, popular, even admired by others who don't see their true, dark nature, who are blinded by their charm or their superficial achievements. Meanwhile, you who harm no one and genuinely help many find yourself inexplicably under attack, wondering why the universe allows such blatant injustice to flourish, why malevolence seems to be rewarded. The deepest wound from this test often comes from a question that relentlessly haunts many pure-hearted souls. If there really is justice in the universe, if karma is truly a guiding principle, why do evil people prosper while good people suffer, while goodness itself is targeted? You watch those who lie, cheat, and manipulate climb ladders of success, accumulate wealth, and wield power seemingly without consequence. While your honest efforts meet obstacle after obstacle, your integrity costs you opportunities, and your patience is tested by what feels like cosmic indifference to your worthiness. It's enough to make anyone question whether goodness is actually foolishness, whether integrity is just another word for naivety, whether compassion is a dangerous vulnerability in a ruthless world. This test shakes the very foundation of your faith in a just universe. High in the rugged Korean mountains, where mist clung to ancient pines and silence reigned supreme, there once lived a hermit monk named Jisan. For 20 dedicated years, he had cultivated a remarkable garden. This wasn't an ordinary garden. It was a living meditation, a vibrant manifestation of his spiritual practice. Each plant was placed with profound intention, every stone meticulously positioned to create perfect harmony, a natural symphony of tranquility. Pilgrims drawn by whispers of its profound peace would climb treacherous mountain paths just to sit in Jasan's garden for a few precious hours. There they found healing for wounds they couldn't name and answers to questions they'd never been able to articulate. The garden had become legendary throughout the region, a beacon of solace and transformation. Mothers brought their sick children, and the children would often leave with color, returned to their cheeks, their spirits renewed. Scholars came with minds tangled by complex philosophical problems and departed with crystalline clarity. Broken-hearted lovers found a quiet peace that eased their despair. Weary warriors discovered a forgotten gentleness within themselves, and the wealthy learned the profound value of simplicity and non-attachment. Jason asked nothing of his visitors, except that they treat the sacred space with respect and leave something beautiful behind, a small stone, a carefully placed flower, for those who would come after them, a silent offering of gratitude. Word of the miraculous garden and the simple hermit who had created it eventually reached Master Gochin, a powerful, influential monk who controlled several wealthy temples in the opulent valleys below. Gochin was known throughout Korea as a great teacher, a charismatic leader whose sermons drew vast crowds. However, his greatness was built on meticulously managed appearances on a polished exterior rather than genuine wisdom or spiritual depth. He surrounded himself with lavish luxury while preaching austere simplicity to his followers. He demanded enormous tributes and donations while teaching generosity. He skillfully used his position to accumulate immense power and political influence while constantly speaking of humility and selfless service. Most people mesmerized by his charisma and the grandeur of his temples never saw through his elaborate facade. But Gokchin, in the quiet, desperate chambers of his own heart, knew the truth about himself. He was empty, and that agonizing self-knowledge made him deeply, bitterly jealous of anyone whose goodness, whose spiritual power was authentic and unadorned. When Gotchen heard about the healing garden and the simple hermit who had created it, a monk with no formal position, no wealthy supporters, no political connections, no grand temples, something dark and corrosive stirred in his heart. Here was a man whose very existence, whose pure practice exposed the hollowness of Gochen's elaborate charade, threatening the very foundation of his carefully constructed identity. This Gocchen decided could not be allowed to continue. Gokchen began his campaign subtly, as truly malicious people often do, like a silent, invisible poison spreading through the land. He sent his most trusted and fanatical disciples to spread insidious rumors about the hermit. Perhaps Jason was practicing dark magic, drawing energy from his unsuspecting visitors. Perhaps he was accumulating secret wealth from his pilgrims, hiding it away in his remote mountain dwelling. Perhaps his healing garden was actually a front for something sinister, a cult, a political conspiracy. When people confused asked for evidence, Gochen's followers would smoothly reply, why else would he live so far from proper oversight from the authority of the established temples? What honest monk would refuse to submit to temple authority unless he had something to hide? As the whispers, carefully crafted and tirelessly repeated, spread through the villages, fewer pilgrims made the difficult journey to Jasan's garden. Those who did come often arrived with suspicious minds, instead of open hearts, looking for signs of the corruption they'd been told to expect tainted by the seeds of doubt. The very atmosphere that had once radiated peace and healing became heavy tainted with doubt, fear, and suspicion. Jason watched helpless as something beautiful, something pure was being slowly, systematically poisoned by lies he had no way to combat, no platform to refute. But Gokchen wasn't finished. He was driven by a consuming, almost pathological envy. He convinced the local authorities that an unauthorized hermit living without proper supervision posed a danger to public order and spiritual orthodoxy. Official inspectors were sent to examine Jason's simple dwelling and modest garden. Finding nothing overtly inappropriate, they nevertheless issued stern warnings about unregulated spiritual practices and demanded that Jason either join an established temple under proper authority, submit to Gochen's oversight, or cease his activities entirely. The pressure was immense, a direct assault on his spiritual autonomy. The final brutal blow came when Gocchen, consumed by his desire to utterly obliterate Jason's influence, arranged for a group of his most fanatical, misguided followers to vandalize the garden during the night. They destroyed plants that had taken decades to mature, shattered ancient stones that had been carefully positioned for maximum harmony, and scattered a toxic, corrosive poison in the soil to ensure nothing beautiful could ever grow there again. In the morning, Jissa, his heart heavy, found 20 years of loving, dedicated work reduced to chaos and ruin, a landscape of despair. A crude note was left behind, a final, mocking taunt. This is what happens to those who practice false teachings outside proper authority. This is the price of your arrogance. Standing amidst the destruction, the swirling dust, and the scent of poison, Jason felt something he had never experienced in all his years of practice, all his disciplined cultivation of peace. A rage so pure, so potent, so focused, that it seemed to burn through his entire being, consuming every cell. For a moment, he understood completely why people sought revenge, why they fought fire with fire, why they abandoned gentleness and compassion when confronted with genuine, unadulterated evil. Every fiber of his being screamed to march down the mountain, to expose Gocchen for what he truly was, to unleash the karmic retribution that was so justly deserved. The temptation to abandon his peaceful path to meet malice with an equal and opposite malice was almost overwhelming, a fierce inner battle. But in that moment of perfect fury, at the very precipice of abandoning his path, Jason made a choice that would define not just his own spiritual destiny, but the destiny of countless souls who would later hear his story and be inspired by his example. Instead of descending into hatred, instead of succumbing to the impulse for revenge, he sat down right there among the ruins of his destroyed garden, amidst the desecrated beauty, and began to meditate. He breathed with the rage, not fighting it, not suppressing it, but simply allowing it to be, witnessing its fierce intensity. and as he breathed, something extraordinary happened. The rage, acknowledged and fully felt, began to transform into something else. Not passive resignation, not apathetic surrender, but an active, boundless compassion for all beings trapped in cycles of suffering, including Gochin himself, whose actions stemmed from his own profound emptiness and fear. As Jisan sat in deep meditation amidst the echoes of destruction, he began to understand something profound about the true nature of evil and its paradoxical relationship to good. Gokchen hadn't destroyed the garden because he was strong, powerful, or superior. He had destroyed it precisely because he was terrified, because he was weak and insecure. The hermit's authentic practice, his genuine inner peace, his effortless spiritual influence had exposed the gaping emptiness of Gochen's carefully constructed image, threatening everything the corrupt monk had built his false identity upon. Evil Jessen realized was often just fear wearing a mask of power, a desperate attempt to control what one cannot understand or embody. This profound understanding didn't minimize the real tangible harm that had been done, nor did it excuse Gotchen's heinous actions. The destruction was real, the pain was real, but it revealed something crucial about this test that pure-hearted souls must face. When you encounter genuine malice, when you are targeted by active opposition, you're not just facing an external enemy. You're facing the ultimate test of whether your goodness, your compassion, your inner light depends on favorable external conditions, or whether it can maintain itself, even grow stronger in the unyielding presence of active opposition. The moment you respond to malice with malice, to hatred with hatred, you've lost something precious within yourself, regardless of who wins the external battle. But when you can maintain your goodness, your integrity, your inner peace, even in the fierce presence of active opposition, you become a force for transformation that no darkness can ever overcome, a light that shines even brighter against the blackest backdrop. Jisun made an extraordinary counterintuitive decision. Instead of attempting to rebuild his garden in the same vulnerable location where it could be destroyed again, where it remained susceptible to external forces, he would instead plant seeds of wisdom in the one place Gochin could never reach, the one place that was truly indestructible, in the hearts of people who were ready to understand that true beauty, true peace, true spiritual abundance comes not from external circumstances, not from outward displays, but from internal cultivation. He began traveling from village to village, not to expose Gokchen's corruption, not to seek revenge or vindication, but to teach people how to create their own inner gardens, gardens of peace, compassion, and wisdom, that no external force, no amount of malice, no act of vandalism could ever destroy. Years later, when Gochen's inevitable downfall finally came, not through Jisan's actions, but through his own insatiable greed, his own pervasive dishonesty, his own internal rot, people throughout the region had already learned a profoundly different way of living. They had discovered that the most powerful, most enduring response to malice isn't revenge, isn't fighting fire with fire, but the creation of so much pervasive beauty and goodness that darkness can no longer find fertile ground in which to grow, no longer find a foothold to take root. Jisan's single destroyed garden had, through his unwavering inner strength, become thousands of inner gardens, blooming silently in countless hearts. Each one was more resilient than the original, more enduring because it was rooted not in favorable external circumstances, but in unshakable inner understanding, in profound wisdom forged in the fires of adversity. This story reveals the profound purpose behind encountering people who seem genuinely evil, who seek to destroy goodness. The universe isn't testing whether you're strong enough to defeat them in a physical or even a psychological battle. It's testing whether you're wise enough not to become them, not to be corrupted by their darkness, not to descend to their level. The moment you respond to malice, with malice to hatred, with hatred to deception, with deception, you've lost something precious within yourself, regardless of who wins the external struggle. But when you can maintain your goodness, your integrity, your compassion, your inner light, even in the fierce, unyielding presence of active opposition, you become a force for transformation that no darkness can overcome, a beacon that shines brighter the deeper the night. In Buddhist understanding, this is called the Diamond Path Vajrayana. It's a way of being that becomes stronger, clearer, and more radiant under immense pressure rather than weaker or brittle. The Buddha himself faced this test repeatedly when Mara, the embodiment of temptation, illusion, and evil, tried time and again to turn him from his path to enlightenment. Each time the Buddha's response was not to fight Mara, not to engage in a battle of wills, but to acknowledge his presence with calm awareness and boundless compassion, and simply continue walking toward enlightenment, undisturbed. This demonstrated something incredibly powerful, that evil, illusion, and suffering can only maintain themselves in the presence of reactive opposition, in the presence of being fed by our engagement. When we cease to feed them with our hatred, our fear, our reactivity, they begin to dissolve, to lose their power. Think about your own encounters with this test. Perhaps you've faced relentless workplace bullying from someone who felt deeply threatened by your competence or your moral compass. You might have experienced family sabotage from relatives consumed by jealousy of your happiness or success. Or perhaps you've faced community opposition from those who covertly profit from the very problems you're trying to solve, those who benefit from the status quo. The natural human response to such attacks is to fight back, to expose their tactics, to protect yourself by becoming harder, more defensive, more cynical. But this test is asking you to find a third option, a path that neither submits to evil nor becomes evil in response to it. It is the path of diamond-like strength, unbreakable purity. Let's practice this diamond-like strength together. Bring to mind someone who has actively opposed your goodness, someone whose malice has caused you real, tangible harm. Feel the familiar anger, the justified outrage, the burning desire for them to face consequences, for their actions to experience the pain they've inflicted. Now breathe slowly and deeply, imagining yourself as Jisun sitting among the ruins of his garden, feeling the profound choice point between raw revenge and spiritual transformation. Breathe out the desperate need to make them pay for what they've done, to ensure they suffer the consequences. Breathe in the radical recognition that your goodness, your inner light, doesn't depend on their badness being punished, on their darkness being extinguished. Your light doesn't need external validation. It shines because it is its nature to shine. The Buddha taught, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. When you maintain your compassion, your clarity, your inner peace in the face of malice, You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for yourself, for the liberation of your own heart, and for all the people your unwavering example will eventually inspire. You're proving not to them, but to yourself and to the universe that goodness is stronger than evil, not because it can defeat evil in battle, but because it can remain good, remain pure, remain radiant, even when evil does its absolute worst. Feel your body relaxing as you release the heavy, corrosive burden of fighting darkness with darkness. Notice how much energy you've been expending to resist, oppose, and defend against malicious people to carry the weight of their negativity. All of that precious energy can now flow back into creating beauty, spreading kindness, building the kind of world you want to live in, radiating the very light that those who oppose you so desperately fear. Like Jason, discovering that his single destroyed garden had become the fertile seed for thousands of inner gardens. You're learning that every act of maintaining goodness, every choice to remain kind in the face of evil plants, seeds that will bloom in ways you may never see, creating a ripple effect of transformation that far outlasts any temporary victory of darkness. You're not learning to be weak in the face of evil. You're learning to be strong in a way that evil cannot comprehend, cannot penetrate, and cannot defeat. Your goodness is becoming diamond like, unbreakable, not because it's hard and impenetrable, but because it's so clear, so pure, so refined that opposition passes right through it without leaving a mark, without corrupting its essence. You are becoming living proof that love is stronger than hate, that truth is more powerful than lies, that light shines brightest when surrounded by the deepest darkness. You no longer need evil people to be good in order for you to be good. You no longer need the world to be fair in order for you to be loving and compassionate. You have found the inexhaustible source of goodness within yourself, and no external force, no amount of malice can ever touch it. You are the immovable mountain, the pure, unyielding light. The sixth test often feels like the cruelest joke the universe can play on a sincere, diligent heart. You've worked tirelessly, lived righteously, made sacrifices that others wouldn't even consider demonstrating unwavering dedication. Yet success, in whatever form you seek it, whether it's professional recognition, financial stability, or the flourishing of a noble endeavor, seems to dance just beyond your reach, like a shimmering mirage in the desert. You watch people who cut corners, manipulate systems, and even step on others climb quickly to heights that you've been struggling toward for years, sometimes decades. Meanwhile, your honest ethical efforts yield only modest results, if any. Your unwavering integrity seems to cost you valuable opportunities, and your patience is tested to its breaking point by what feels like cosmic indifference to your intrinsic worthiness. This isn't about wanting wealth or fame for selfish reasons. For most good people facing this test, the desire is often quite humble. They simply want stability, peace of mind, the ability to help their families, or to contribute meaningfully to their communities. Yet even these most basic and noble desires seem impossibly delayed, perpetually out of reach, while others who appear less deserving, less compassionate, or less ethical seem to receive abundance effortlessly, as if by divine decree. You begin to seriously wonder if virtue is actually a handicap in a world that rewards the ruthless, the clever, and the self-serving, rather than the good, the kind, and the patient. This disparity can lead to profound disillusionment, and a deep sense of cosmic unfairness. Let me share with you a story from ancient Tibet that reveals why this test comes to souls who are being prepared for something far greater, far more enduring than ordinary fleeting success. In a remote, windswept valley of the majestic Himalayas, nestled among towering peaks, there lived a humble farmer named Tenzin. Despite his tireless, meticulous efforts, his barley fields consistently failed. Each spring, he would plant his seeds with meticulous care, offering heartfelt prayers to the ancient mountain spirits and working from dawn until dusk to tend his crops, pouring his hopes and dreams into the soil. Yet year after year, something would go wrong: an early unexpected frost, a prolonged devastating drought, or mysterious insect plagues that seemed to target only his fields, leaving his neighbors' crops miraculously untouched. His family grew thinner, their clothes more threadbare each winter, while others in the village prospered from their abundant harvests. What made Tenzin's situation particularly agonizing was the stark contrast with his neighbor Norbu. Norbu seemed to succeed effortlessly, despite putting in barely half the effort. Norbu would plant his seeds, so carelessly tend his fields sporadically, and spend most of his time drinking Chong local barley beer with friends in the village tea house, indulging in leisure and gossip. Yet Norbu's harvests were always abundant, his family well fed, his barns overflowing with surplus grain that he could sell for handsome profits, allowing him to live a life of comfort and ease. The disparity was so stark, so consistently unfair, that people in the village began to whisper about Tenzin being cursed or somehow deeply disfavored by the gods, a karmic anomaly. Tenzin's wife Dalma grew increasingly bitter and weary as the years of struggle passed. "Why do we keep trying, Tenzin?" she would ask, her voice thin with despair during their meager winter meals. "Maybe we should move to the city, find some other way to live. This land doesn't want us here. It rejects our efforts." Their children, seeing other families enjoy abundance while they struggled with scarcity, with the gnawing hunger that never quite left their bellies, began to question whether their father's unwavering dedication was wisdom or simply stubborn foolishness, a misplaced faith. But Tenzin, despite the mounting evidence against him, found himself unable to abandon the land. He was drawn by something deeper than logical calculation, something beyond mere agricultural success. Each morning, despite the previous day's disappointments and the bleak outlook, he would wake before dawn and walk to his fields with the same quiet reverence and careful attention his grandfather had taught him. He would examine each plant individually, speak softly to the soil as if communing with a living entity, and offer profound gratitude even for the smallest, most fragile signs of growth. His relationship with the land wasn't based on what it gave him in return on the tangible harvest. It was based on something he couldn't fully explain, a deep, unshakable sense that he was meant to be there, meant to be learning something that couldn't be learned anywhere else, a lesson about perseverance and unattachment to outcome. One particularly difficult autumn, after a sudden violent hailstorm had destroyed yet another promising crop, leaving his fields a muddy, desolate wasteland, Tenzin sat alone amidst the ruin as the sun set behind the jagged mountains. His family's food stores were nearly empty. Winter was approaching, cold and unforgiving, and he had no harvest to sell for the basic supplies they would need to survive the brutal months ahead. For the first time in his adult life, after so many years of unwavering faith, Tenzin felt his resolve, wavering his deepest convictions, beginning to crack. He looked across the valley at Norbu's perfect fields, golden with healthy grain gleaming under the fading light, and wondered if his lifelong dedication, his honest effort, had been a profound, foolish mistake, a wasted life. As darkness fell, deepening the shadows of his despair, Tenzin noticed an old man approaching across the field, a figure he had never seen before, walking with a gnarled staff and wearing the simple worn robes of a wandering monk. The stranger, his eyes bright with ancient wisdom, sat down beside Tenzin without invitation and gazed out at the devastated crops with a profound, knowing silence. Difficult season, the old man observed quietly, his voice gentle as a mountain breeze, his breath visible in the cold air. Tell me, young farmer, what do you think you're really growing here? Tenzin looked at him with exhausted confusion, too weary for pretense. Growing, I'm not growing anything, old one. Everything dies before harvest. 20 years of work, and I have nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. The old monk nodded thoughtfully. Nothing to show for it. That's interesting. He paused, then prompted, Tell me about your relationship with this land. What do you do when you are here? Despite himself, Tenzin found himself describing his daily rituals, his meticulous attention to each individual plant, his unwavering patience with soil that seemed determined to disappoint him, his quiet prayers and offerings. He spoke of mornings when he would sit quietly among his struggling crops, feeling a deep, unspoken connection to something larger than success or failure, a sense that the work itself, the dedication, was the reward. He described the profound peace he found in the effort itself, separate from any results it might yield, a peace that transcended the pain of disappointment. As he talked, the old monk's eyes began to gleam with profound understanding, a quiet recognition. Ah, the monk said softly, his voice full of revelation. Now I see what you're really growing. You're not growing barley, young man. You're growing patience. You're growing a faith that doesn't depend on external rewards. You're growing the ability to love something without needing it to love you back in the way you expect, without demanding a specific outcome. These are crops that take much longer to mature than grain, much longer than a single season, but they feed the soul for lifetimes. They are the true harvest. The monk gestured toward Norbu's successful fields, now bathed in the pale moonlight, golden with healthy grain, seemingly perfect. Your neighbor over there is growing barley very successfully. He is wealthy in grain. But what is he growing in his character? What is he cultivating in his spirit? His easy success has taught him nothing about perseverance, nothing about faith, nothing about finding meaning in effort itself, rather than only in results. He's wealthy in grain, but profoundly poor in the qualities that truly matter for the soul's development, for enduring peace. Tenzin stared at the old man in amazement, a spark of understanding igniting within him. Are you saying my failures have been successes? The monk smiled gently, a profound, compassionate smile. I'm saying that different souls are given different curricula, different lessons tailored to their unique path. Some people need to learn through easy abundance, though that's actually the more difficult path in the long run, because it rarely teaches true wisdom, resilience, or character. Others like you are enrolled in the advanced course, the deep challenging lesson of learning to find fulfillment peace and meaning independent of external validation, independent of tangible results. Which lesson do you think will serve you better in the long run? Which one will cultivate a spirit that cannot be broken by life's inevitable storms? As if to demonstrate his point, the monk gestured to the night sky, now ablaze with countless stars, each one a distant, silent fire. Do you think those stars are failures because they don't shine as brightly as the sun? Or do you recognize that they have their own perfect timing, their own unique purpose in the cosmic order, their own subtle, enduring light? Tenzin looked up at the boundless expanse of stars, and in that moment, something shifted irrevocably in his understanding. He had been comparing his own dim starlight to others' blazing suns, not recognizing that each had their unique place, their unique role in the vast, perfect design of the universe. The monk continued, his voice resonating with prophetic wisdom. In 3 years' time, there will be a great famine in this region, a period of unprecedented scarcity. Those who have grown dependent on easy success, who have accumulated only external wealth, will panic and despair, for their security lies only in what can be taken away. But you, Tenzin, you who have learned to find peace, even in scarcity, who have developed patience and faith, independent of circumstances, who have cultivated an inner wellspring of contentment, you will be like a mountain that remains steady, unmoving while storms rage around it. Your neighbors will come to you, then not for grain, for you may have little to spare, but for the profound wisdom that only comes from learning to be content with little, from finding unwavering peace in the face of immense challenge. When Tenzin looked around to respond to thank this mysterious teacher, the old monk had vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving behind only the crisp mountain air and a silence imbued with profound meaning. But the conversation had planted something new, something revolutionary in Tenzin's understanding. He began to see his years of struggle not as evidence of cosmic indifference or divine punishment, but as a specialized education, an advanced training program in qualities that couldn't be learned through easy success. His delayed harvest wasn't arbitrary punishment. It was precise preparation for a role he hadn't yet imagined, a destiny far beyond simple farming. 3 years later, exactly as the mysterious monk had predicted, a severe, prolonged drought devastated the entire region. The fields withered, the rivers dried up, and the people faced unprecedented hardship. Norbu, who had never learned to manage scarcity, who had found his identity only in external abundance, fell into despair, his once overflowing barns empty. He eventually abandoned his land, fleeing to an uncertain future. But Tenzin, drawing on years of practice in finding contentment with little, in cultivating inner peace, regardless of external circumstances, not only survived the famine, but became a source of unwavering strength and profound wisdom for his entire community. People sought him out, not for material resources, for he had little to give, but for his remarkable ability to maintain hope, to find meaning, and to radiate peace, even in the darkest, most desperate circumstances. He taught them how to find nourishment when there was no food, how to find warmth when there was no fire, and how to find peace when there was no hope. His failure had become his greatest gift, a testament to his unbreakable spirit. This story illuminates the profound mystery of the sixth test. What appears to be delayed success, frustrating and unfair, is actually perfectly timed preparation. The universe isn't withholding rewards from you arbitrarily or because you are unworthy. On the contrary, it's ensuring that when your blessings, your true abundance finally arrive, you'll have the profound wisdom, the unwavering character, and the inner resilience necessary to handle them well, to use them wisely, and to serve others with them rather than being corrupted or overwhelmed by them. Easy success often creates shallow people, those whose self worth is tied to external validation. Delayed success, tempered by patience and perseverance, consistently grows deep wise and compassionate souls. In Buddhist understanding, this is called the ripening of karma, vipaka. Just as different fruits ripen at different times, some quickly, some slowly, depending on their intrinsic nature and the conditions they require, different souls receive their rewards according to divine timing, according to the needs of their spiritual evolution, rather than according to human impatience or conventional timelines. A mango that ripens too early is bitter and inedible. A soul that receives immense success or power before developing the character wisdom and humility to handle it often becomes corrupted by that very success, losing their way, becoming a danger to themselves and others. Your delayed harvest is not a sign of unworthiness. It is a sign of your immense potential of a greater destiny. Think about your own experience with this test. Perhaps you've watched less qualified, less ethical people receive promotions, accolades, or opportunities that you meticulously worked for and rightly deserved. You've seen less caring parents blessed with seemingly easier, more compliant children, or observed less generous, more selfish people enjoying greater material abundance and worldly recognition. The pain of these comparisons is real, understandable, and deeply human. But what if your delayed success, your repeated failures in the eyes of the world, is actually evidence of your soul's advanced curriculum rather than cosmic neglect or personal inadequacy? What if you're being taught a master class in resilience, integrity, and profound inner peace? Let's practice embracing this deeper understanding together right now. Close your eyes and think of an area in your life where you feel your diligent efforts haven't received appropriate recognition or reward, where your harvest has been consistently delayed. Feel the familiar frustration, the gnawing sense of unfairness, the tempting urge to give up, to compromise your standards, or to become cynical like others. Now breathe slowly and deeply, imagining yourself as Tenzin sitting in his failed field, surrounded by devastation, yet deeply connected to the wise, compassionate monk. Ask yourself with open hearted curiosity, what am I really growing through this experience? What is this prolonged delay teaching me? Perhaps you're growing an unshakable patience that will serve you profoundly in future far greater challenges. Maybe you're developing boundless compassion for others who struggle while watching others succeed easily, fostering a deeper sense of universal connection. You could be learning to find profound fulfillment in the work itself, in the honest effort, in the integrity of the process, rather than only in external validation or tangible results. Breathe out the desperate need for immediate results, for instant gratification, for external validation. Breathe in trust in perfect divine timing, a timing that you, with your limited human perspective, may not yet fully understand, but which is unfolding with profound wisdom. The Buddha taught that comparison is the root of all suffering. When you measure your timeline, your unique path, your inner ripening against others' external displays, or their seemingly effortless journeys, you're unconsciously assuming that everyone should ripen at the same rate, according to the same external criteria. But different souls have different destinies, different lessons to learn, different gifts to develop, different roles to play in the grand cosmic drama. Your delayed success isn't evidence of your unworthiness, it's evidence of your immense potential for something far greater, far more enduring than ordinary fleeting achievement. It's a sign that you are being groomed for a profound purpose. Feel your breathing becoming deeper, more expansive, as you release the heavy burden of keeping score with the universe, of constantly comparing yourself to others. Notice how much energy you've been using to resist your own perfect timing, to fight against the natural flow of your spiritual evolution. All of that precious energy can now flow back into appreciating the unique education you're receiving, the specialized training that only comes through patient perseverance, through unwavering faith in the face of apparent setbacks. Like Tenzin discovering that he was growing profound wisdom and character rather than just barley, you're recognizing that your greatest harvest may be invisible to others, but it is utterly invaluable to your soul's development, to your highest calling. The sixth test is revealing its hidden blessing. Now your delayed success is creating within you something far more precious, far more enduring than quick achievement. The unshakable peace of someone whose happiness doesn't depend on external circumstances, whose worth is intrinsically known, whose spirit is unburdened by worldly comparison. When your blessings finally arrive, when your harvest is ready, they'll find you not only prepared to receive them gracefully, but also equipped to use them wisely, with profound humility and deep compassion in service of something larger than yourself, in service of the world. You are becoming like the stars that the monk pointed to, not competing with the sun's immediate brightness, but adding your own unique, enduring light to the perfect cosmic design, illuminating the night for those who are lost in darkness. As we prepare to explore the seventh test, rest in this profound understanding of divine timing. Your season is coming. Your true harvest is growing deep within your being. Your preparation is nearly complete. Trust the process that has been strengthening you, refining you, and deepening you in ways you're only beginning to understand. For the greatest blessings often arrive precisely when we have learned to live peacefully without them. One morning you wake up and everything looks exactly the same. The sunlight streams through the window. The familiar sounds of the world begin their daily hum. Your routines beckon. But something fundamental, something profound has shifted inside you. The activities that once brought you genuine joy, the pursuits that animated your days now feel empty like hollow shells. The goals you've been passionately pursuing suddenly seem pointless, like chasing shimmering mirages in a vast, desolate desert. You find yourself going through the motions of living, fulfilling your responsibilities, engaging in conversations while feeling like you're watching your own life from behind thick, soundproof glass. You are present physically, but somehow you are not truly there. This isn't clinical depression, though it may feel disturbingly similar, casting a long shadow over your spirit. Your basic functions continue. You eat, you sleep, your responsibilities get met with a quiet efficiency. But the spark that once animated your days, the zest for life, the inner fire that propelled you forward, has dimmed to barely a flicker, almost imperceptible. You look at other people who seem energized by their pursuits, enthralled by their goals, and you wonder with a deep, unsettling ache, what's fundamentally wrong with you? Why don't you care about the things you used to care about so deeply? Why does everything feel so profoundly meaningless, so utterly devoid of purpose? This profound disorientation often hits people who have been walking a spiritual path for some time, those who have diligently engaged in practices of self improvement and inner growth. You've learned to let go of superficial attachments, developed compassion and patience, made peace with many of life's difficulties, cultivated mindfulness and inner awareness. You've done the work, but suddenly, even your cherished spiritual practices feel hollow and mechanical. Meditation brings no peace. Your mind is restless or numb. Prayer feels like talking to an empty sky, a void that offers no response. And the profound wisdom that once comforted you, the teachings that illuminated your path, now sound like empty platitudes, echoing meaninglessly in a vacant, desolate cathedral. You begin to wonder if you've lost your way entirely, if all your hard-won growth has been an elaborate self-deception, a sophisticated illusion. Deep in the sacred forests of Mount Furano in ancient Japan, renowned for its serene beauty and hidden monasteries, there lived a monk named Izan. He had devoted 15 disciplined years to rigorous spiritual practice, approaching his path with unwavering dedication and meticulous precision. He followed every teaching perfectly meditated for hours each day with unwavering focus, studied sacred texts until he could recite them from memory, his mind a vast library of ancient wisdom. His abbots praised his remarkable progress, citing him as a model student. Visiting pilgrims sought his wisdom, believing him to be on the cusp of profound insight. And Izan himself felt a deep satisfaction with the steady advancement of his spiritual understanding, believing he was approaching the very heights of realization. He was by all external measures, and even his own internal assessment, a model monk, a beacon of spiritual discipline. But then, one crisp spring morning, everything changed without warning or explanation. Izan woke up and felt absolutely nothing. The deep, resonant bell that called monks to morning meditation, which had always filled him with a sense of peaceful anticipation and spiritual eagerness, now sounded hollow and mechanical, merely a dull clang. The ancient prayers that had once lifted his spirit, connecting him to the divine, felt like meaningless syllables falling from his lips, like dry, dead leaves falling from a barren tree. The meditation cushion, where he had found such profound insights and experienced moments of luminous clarity, now seemed like just a piece of fabric stuffed with straw, devoid of any special quality. Days passed, then weeks, and the emptiness only deepened, expanding like a well that had no bottom, a void that threatened to consume him. Izan tried harder, thinking perhaps he had become lazy or unfocused, that his discipline had slipped. He extended his meditation sessions, fasted more rigorously, studied even more intensively, pushing himself to the limits of endurance. But the harder he tried to recapture his former enthusiasm, his spiritual fervor, the more distant it became. It was as if he was trying to grasp water with his bare hands. The tighter he squeezed, the more it slipped away, leaving only a sense of frustration and futility. The other monks began to notice his struggle with growing concern, their quiet observations filled with worry. Some offered well-meaning advice, suggesting different practices, new mantras, or pointing to obscure texts that might rekindle his passion. Others whispered that perhaps Azan was experiencing a crisis of faith, that his apparent progress had been superficial, all along a mere intellectual understanding rather than true realization. The abbots, sensing the gravity of his internal turmoil, called him in for concerned discussions, asking if he was questioning the fundamental teachings or if personal problems were distracting him from his practice. But Izan couldn't explain what was happening because he didn't understand it himself. His faith hadn't explicitly wavered. He still believed in the teachings intellectually, conceptually. He had no personal crises, no external distractions pulling at his attention, no hidden anxieties. He simply felt as though he had become a ghost, haunting his own life, going through familiar motions that no longer connected him to anything real or meaningful, anything alive. The very practices that had once been his greatest joy, his deepest solace, now felt like elaborate performances with no audience, no purpose, no inner resonance. Months passed in this gray twilight of the spirit, a prolonged period of profound spiritual aridity. Izan began to wonder if this was a punishment for some spiritual pride he hadn't recognized, a karmic retribution for unconscious ego. Or perhaps he had simply reached the limits of his capacity for growth, that this emptiness was the final destination, a dead end. He considered leaving the monastery, entirely thinking that perhaps monastic life was no longer his authentic path, that he was simply unsuited for it. But something, an inexplicable, subtle inner current, prevented him from making such a drastic change. Not hope exactly, but a strange, quiet sense that this emptiness itself was somehow profoundly important, a necessary stage, though he couldn't grasp why. One misty morning, as Izan sat in the silent meditation hall, feeling more disconnected and empty than ever, an elderly visiting master named Kogan approached him after the session. Kogan was legendary throughout Japan, a rare luminary, a teacher who had guided many students through the deepest mysteries of awakening, known for his profound, wordless wisdom. He rarely spoke to individual monks, preferring to teach through silent example rather than explicit instruction, but something in Izan's demeanor, a certain quality of his suffering, had caught his attention, like a bell ringing in the distance, a subtle resonance. "Young monk," Kogan said quietly, his voice a soft murmur, yet carrying immense weight. "You look like someone who has lost something precious. Tell me, what are you grieving?" Izan was startled by the uncanny accuracy of the observation, the directness of the question. "Master, I don't know what I've lost, but everything feels empty," he confessed, his voice hollow as an empty well. "My practice, my understanding, my sense of purpose, it's all vanished like morning mist, leaving only a void. I feel like I'm dying spiritually, but I can't understand why or how to stop it. I'm utterly lost." Kogan nodded with a knowing smile that seemed to contain infinite compassion, centuries of understanding. "Ah, my friend, you're not dying," he said gently, his eyes twinkling. "You're being born, but you're trying to be born while desperately clinging to your old shell, your old identity, which is why it feels so uncomfortable and confusing, so agonizingly contradictory." He gestured to a tree outside the window where a transparent cicada shell clung to the bark, empty and fragile, its former inhabitant long since flown. "Do you think that cicada, mourned the loss of its larval form when it was ready to emerge as a flying creature ready to soar into the sky. Izan looked confused and slightly frustrated by the analogy which seemed to mock his profound distress. Master, I don't understand. How can losing my connection to spiritual practice, losing my sense of meaning, be a sign of progress rather than regression of failure? Kogan settled beside him, radiating the infinite patience of someone who had guided countless souls through this particular paradoxical passage. Tell me, he began, his voice soft. What were you seeking when you first began practicing seriously? What was your initial yearning? Peace, wisdom, understanding. Izan replied immediately, as if reciting from memory the answers deeply ingrained. I wanted to transcend suffering and find lasting happiness through spiritual realization, through enlightenment. Kogan nodded thoughtfully. And did you find these things through your practices over the years? Yes, for many years I did. Izan affirmed, his voice tinged with a fresh wave of despair. That's exactly what makes this emptiness so frightening, so disorienting. I had found what I was looking for, or so I thought, and now it's gone, completely leaving me adrift. But had you really found it? Kogan asked gently, his gaze piercing, yet filled with tenderness. Or had you found beautiful spiritual experiences, feelings of peace, insights about truth, states of consciousness that you subtly, unconsciously mistook for the real thing, for ultimate reality? The question hit Izan like a bell ringing directly in his chest, a profound reverberation that shook his entire being. He began to realize with dawning, unsettling clarity that much of what he had called spiritual progress had actually been sophisticated spiritual achievements, a collection of peak experiences, feelings of blissful peace, moments of profound insight, states of expanded consciousness that came and went like weather patterns. He had been unconsciously collecting spiritual trophies, measuring his advancement by the intensity and frequency of these ephemeral experiences, becoming attached to the very phenomena of his spiritual journey rather than the boundless awareness that underlay them. You see, Kogan continued with infinite gentleness and unwavering wisdom, true awakening isn't an experience you can have or lose, acquire or discard. It's not a state you can enter or exit like a room. It's the recognition of what you always already are prior to any experience whatsoever, prior to any feeling, any thought, any sensation. But as long as you're fascinated by or attached to spiritual experiences, even beautiful ones, you can't see past them to the boundless awareness that makes all experiences possible, the screen upon which all phenomena appear. Your practices, however diligent, have been like looking intently at your finger instead of the moon it's pointing toward. Izan felt a strange, dizzying mixture of relief and vertigo, like standing at the edge of a vast canyon, the ground suddenly shifting beneath him. So, he murmured, this emptiness I'm feeling is the natural result of your readiness to stop being satisfied with spiritual entertainment, with fleeting experiences. Kogan finished for him, his voice calm and reassuring. It is the void that opens when the old form of seeking dies because you've utterly outgrown it. You haven't yet recognized what remains when all seeking, all striving, all grasping for experience finally stops. Kogan stood to leave a silent, graceful movement, but turned back with one final instruction, one that seemed to turn Izan's entire world upside down, defying all conventional spiritual advice. Stop trying to get your spiritual feelings back. Stop trying to make sense of this transition. Just sit in the emptiness fully, without trying to fill it, without trying to escape it, and see what's there when you're not looking for anything at all. With that, he walked away, leaving Izan alone with the most paradoxical yet profoundly liberating instruction he had ever received. For weeks, Izan experimented with simply being empty, without trying to fix his condition, without trying to understand his profound disorientation. Instead of meditating to achieve some particular state of peace or insight, he just sat with whatever was present, including the apparent absence of anything meaningful, the pervasive spiritual numbness. Instead of diligently studying to gain intellectual insight, he let himself not know anything, releasing the need for comprehension. Instead of trying to feel spiritual, he allowed himself to feel completely ordinary and unremarkable, stripped of any special identity. Gradually, slowly, imperceptibly at first, something extraordinary began to emerge from this profound ordinariness, this vast emptiness. Azan started to notice that even in his spiritual emptiness, something was aware of the emptiness. Even in his sense of meaninglessness, something was undeniably present to witness the meaninglessness. This witnessing awareness wasn't dramatic or exciting. It had no special qualities, no spiritual flavor, no impressive characteristics. It was more like the silence between sounds, the vast open space between thoughts, the unmoving canvas upon which all of life's vibrant colors were painted. It was just mysteriously, undeniably present, the constant ground of being. The recognition, when it finally came, was so simple, so self-evident, that Izan almost missed it entirely, nearly overlooked its quiet profundity. He was sitting in the garden, feeling his usual spiritual emptiness, when he suddenly realized that this aware presence, this silent, unchanging backdrop he had been overlooking, was precisely what he had been seeking all along. It wasn't hidden behind his experiences. It was the very thing having all experiences. It wasn't something he could achieve through practice. It was what was practicing. It wasn't a reward for spiritual effort. It was the effortless, ever-present ground of all existence prior to all effort, prior to all seeking. This profound realization didn't bring back his old spiritual enthusiasm, the fleeting peak experiences he had once cherished. Instead, it revealed something far more enduring, that he no longer needed spiritual experiences to feel complete, to feel whole. He could appreciate them when they arose like beautiful clouds in the sky, but he didn't depend on them for his sense of well-being, for his inner peace. He had discovered something infinitely more reliable than any spiritual state, any temporary feeling, the unshakable presence that remained constant, unmoving, untainted through every possible experience, including the profound experience of spiritual emptiness itself. He had found the source, the wellspring from which all experience arose, and to which it returned. If you're experiencing this profound disorientation right now, feeling spiritually empty, disconnected from practices that once nourished you, or adrift in a sea of meaninglessness, consider that this might be graduation rather than failure. The emptiness you're feeling could be space opening up for something beyond experience, for the simple radical recognition of what you are when you're not trying to be anything special, when you are stripped bare of all identity and expectation. Let's practice resting in this groundless ground together. Close your eyes and notice whatever's present right now: boredom, emptiness, confusion, a sense of meaninglessness, or anything else. Instead of trying to change or understand these experiences, simply notice what's aware of them. This awareness isn't dramatic or exciting. It's more like the silent, boundless space in which all sounds arise and pass away, the quiet stillness between thoughts. Don't try to grasp this awareness or turn it into another spiritual experience. Just let yourself be it the way you let yourself be breathing, without thinking about it, without trying to control it. Feel how this aware presence needs nothing, seeks nothing, lacks nothing whatsoever. It's completely fulfilled just being what it is, which is what you are, when you're not trying to be anything else, when you're simply present to your own being. By dissolving your attachment to spiritual experiences, this phase is gently, profoundly pointing you toward what you actually are: the boundless, aware presence beyond all experience. You're discovering that you don't need to feel spiritual to be whole. You don't need meaningful experiences to be complete. Like Izan finding the unwavering awareness that was present even in the depths of emptiness, you're recognizing the unshakable foundation that remains constant through every possible experience of life, through every ebb and flow of circumstances, through every rise and fall of emotion. You have found what was never lost, arrived where you never left, and become what you always already were: pure, unconditioned awareness. Something haunting happens when you think you've finally learned your lessons, when you feel you've transcended past challenges. You find yourself in a situation that feels disturbingly familiar, like walking into a room you swore you'd never enter again, a scene replaying in an unwanted dream. The specific details might be different. The faces may have changed, the setting new, but the essential pattern, the underlying dynamic, is unmistakably the same. You're attracted to the same type of person who ultimately disappoints you, triggering the same old wounds. You find yourself in a new job, in a different industry, but with the exact same toxic team dynamics or leadership issues you thought you left behind. You move to a different city, a new country, even only to recreate the very same problems, the same interpersonal conflicts, the same financial struggles you were desperately trying to escape. At first, you might attribute it to bad luck, a series of unfortunate coincidences, or just a cosmic joke. Surely the universe isn't cruel enough to keep putting you through identical lessons over and over again like a broken record. You might even rationalize it as a test of your resilience, a confirmation of your growth. But as the pattern repeats with increasing clarity, with an almost uncanny precision, a more unsettling and humbling possibility emerges. Perhaps this isn't simply happening to you, but rather in some unconscious way, through you. Perhaps you're unconsciously creating these situations, drawing them into your reality, because there's something fundamental you haven't fully learned, some deeply ingrained belief or unhealed aspect of yourself you haven't truly faced, haven't fully integrated. This realization can be devastating for souls who have worked hard on their personal and spiritual growth. You've diligently read the books, engaged in therapy, practiced mindfulness and meditation, offered forgiveness to those who hurt you, affirmed positive thinking. You genuinely believed you had transcended these old patterns, healed these ancient wounds, evolved beyond these limiting beliefs that once held you captive. Yet here you are again feeling like you're trapped in an endless loop of the same painful dynamics, the same emotional responses, wondering if all your progress has been an elaborate illusion, a mere intellectual understanding that hasn't seeped into the deeper layers of your being. This is the test of the repeating pattern, designed not to punish, but to pinpoint the precise root of your unresolved karma. In the high, windswept mountain passes between Tibet and Nepal, where ancient trade routes snaked through formidable terrain, there lived a merchant named Sonam. He had built a successful business, trading precious stones, rare silks, and potent medicinal herbs, traversing vast distances and dealing with diverse cultures. Sonam was known throughout the region for his sharp mind, his shrewd intellect, and his even sharper bargaining skills, able to extract maximum profit from every transaction, always coming out ahead. But despite his considerable commercial success, Sonam's personal life was marked by a deeply troubling, persistent pattern that had followed him since childhood like an inescapable shadow. Every partnership Sonam entered, whether in business ventures or deep personal friendships, would begin with great promise, mutual respect, and shared enthusiasm. He would meticulously choose someone whose skills complemented his own, someone he genuinely liked, and trusted, someone with whom he felt a natural synergy. But inevitably subtly at first, then more overtly conflicts would arise over money, over strategic decisions, over recognition or perceived credit. Sonam would find himself feeling unappreciated, taken advantage of, or unfairly criticized, his contributions minimized. The relationship would inevitably deteriorate into bitter arguments, broken agreements, and an eventual painful separation, leaving him feeling wounded and misunderstood. Each time this happened, Sonam was utterly convinced that he had simply chosen the wrong partner, that the next person would surely be different, more enlightened, more trustworthy. This pattern had repeated itself so many times with such consistent, heartbreaking regularity that Sonam's reputation began to suffer throughout the trading communities. Potential partners would hear whispers about his previous failed relationships, about his tendency to fall out with associates, and wisely decide to avoid working with him, entirely preferring peace over potential profit. Business associates would quietly warn each other about Sonam's tendency to become difficult, demanding, and suspicious when things didn't go precisely his way, when his expectations weren't perfectly met. Slowly, the merchant who had once been welcomed in trading posts throughout the mountains, whose presence promised profitable ventures, found himself increasingly isolated, mistrusted, and alone. Frustrated, utterly confused, and desperate to break free, Sonam finally decided that the problem must be the region itself, the very environment. Perhaps the high altitude affects people's judgment, making them fickle, he mused, or maybe the local culture here is simply incompatible with my unique business style and direct approach. He sold his trading post, severing all ties, and moved to the lower, more fertile valleys near the Indian border, a new land with a different climate, different customs, and different people. He felt confident that a fresh start in a new place, far from his old reputation and past failures, would allow him to escape the insidious pattern of failed partnerships that had plagued him in the mountains. He believed that distance would grant him the opportunity to apply everything he had learned from his previous mistakes to become a new man. For several months, Sonam's strategy seemed to work perfectly. He established himself in a bustling market town, a vibrant hub of commerce where no one knew his past history, where he was a blank slate. He found a promising new partner named Karma, a local trader who seemed honest, capable, and genuinely eager to work together, radiating a natural trustworthiness. Their initial ventures were successful, their working relationship harmonious, their profits soaring. Sonam congratulated himself on having finally learned how to choose the right people, on having finally broken free of his past. But gradually, insidiously, like water seeping through the smallest unseen cracks, familiar tensions began to emerge. Sonam started to feel that Karma wasn't fully appreciating the true value of his contributions, wasn't acknowledging his unique genius. Small disagreements about business decisions began to escalate, feeling to Sonam like personal attacks on his judgment and competence rather than objective discussions. When customers praised Karma's local knowledge or his easygoing demeanor, Sonam heard it as a subtle dismissal of his own expertise, a slight against his own worth. The same jealousies, the same undercurrents of resentment, the same power struggles, the same feelings of being unappreciated that had destroyed his previous partnerships began to resurface despite his best conscious intentions to behave differently, to be more open, more trusting. Within a year, Sonam found himself once again in another bitter conflict with another failed partner, surrounded by the same whispers and warnings that had driven him from the mountains. The geographical change had solved absolutely nothing. If anything, the stark, painful repetition of the pattern in a completely new environment made it impossible finally to blame external circumstances, to point the finger at others. Sonam was forced to confront the chilling, humbling possibility that he and he alone was the common denominator in all these failed relationships. The problem, he realized, lay not in the world, but within himself. One evening, as Sonam sat alone in his small borrowed quarters, feeling utterly defeated, bewildered, and profoundly confused by this inescapable loop, an old Tibetan nun named Pema knocked gently on his door. She had traveled down from a remote mountain retreat, seeking supplies for her distant nunnery, and was passing through the town. As was customary, Sonam offered her tea and a simple place to rest for the night. During their quiet conversation, Pema's gentle yet penetrating questions, asked with an almost otherworldly compassion, drew out the entire painful story of his repeated business failures and his growing agonizing sense of being trapped in an inescapable pattern. Pema listened without judgment, her ancient eyes reflecting a deep understanding that seemed to come from profound experience, occasionally nodding slowly, her gaze unwavering. When Sonam finished his long, sorrowful tale, she sat quietly for several moments, allowing his words to settle in the space between them before speaking. "Tell me, merchant," she said, her voice soft but clear. "In all these partnerships that have failed, all these relationships that have crumbled, what is the one thing that was present in every single situation, every single time?" Sonam thought for a long moment, then, with a bitter dawning recognition, he spoke the truth he had been avoiding. "Me. I was present in every situation, my ego, my fears, my insecurities." "Exactly," Pema said gently, her smile illuminating the quiet room. And what did you do each time a partnership began to fail, each time you felt that familiar discomfort arise? I tried harder to make them understand my value, to defend my position, to prove that I was being treated unfairly, that I was in the right. Sonam admitted the pattern, now painfully clear to him. Pema nodded knowingly. And did that approach, that relentless defending, that need to prove yourself, ever actually solve the underlying problem, ever heal the rift? Sonam shook his head slowly, a profound sense of humility washing over him, finally ready to truly see. No, master, it never did. It only made things worse. It solidified the conflict. The Buddha taught that we cannot escape the consequences of our actions or the patterns of our consciousness by merely changing our location. Pema continued, her voice imbued with infinite patience and timeless wisdom. We carry our patterns with us wherever we go because they live not in our external circumstances, not in the people we encounter, but in our own consciousness, in our own deeply ingrained beliefs and subconscious programming. Moving to a new place gives us a temporary reprieve, a brief illusion of escape. But unless we truly transform the inner conditions that create these patterns, they will inevitably resurface, manifesting in new forms, like stubborn weeds growing from roots left deeply in the soil, ready to sprout again with the next rain. Pema helped Sonam understand with unwavering clarity that his repeated conflicts weren't caused by bad luck, by external factors, or even primarily by difficult partners. They were in essence created by a deep-seated unconscious belief within him that he had to fight for recognition and respect, that he had to constantly prove his worth, that he was inherently undervalued. This pervasive belief, a residue of past hurts or early life experiences, caused him to interpret neutral situations as threats, to respond defensively to harmless comments, and to unconsciously create the very conflicts he was trying so desperately to avoid. Every time you feel unappreciated, she explained, you unconsciously begin acting in ways that make appreciation less likely. You become defensive, demanding, suspicious, and these behaviors push people away, confirming your original subconscious fear that you're not truly valued, trapping you in a self-fulfilling prophecy. But how do I break this pattern? Sonam asked desperately, his voice raw with a newfound vulnerability. I've tried to behave differently, to choose better partners, to learn from my mistakes. Nothing seems to work for more than a few months before the same old story reappears. Pema smiled with infinite compassion, a profound understanding in her eyes. You've been trying to change the outer behavior, the visible fruit, while leaving the inner belief, the invisible root, unchanged. It's like trying to stop a tree from growing bitter fruit by merely picking the fruit while leaving the bitter roots firmly intact. The belief that you must fight for respect, that you are not inherently worthy of it, is the root. Until you heal that root, until you transform that fundamental belief, it will keep producing the same bitter fruit, the same repeating patterns, no matter where you plant the tree, no matter how many times you change your environment. Over the following weeks, Pema taught Sonam a practice that seemed almost too simple, too counterintuitive to be effective. Whenever he noticed himself feeling unappreciated or defensive, whenever that familiar internal tension arose, he would pause. Instead of immediately reacting, he would take a deep breath and ask himself a profound transformative question. What if this person actually does value me, but I'm interpreting their behavior through the distorting filter of my old fear, my old wound? Instead of immediately defending himself or demanding recognition, he would experiment with assuming positive intent from others and responding from a place of open curiosity rather than reactive defensiveness. He would listen not to refute, but to understand. The transformation wasn't immediate or dramatic. Old patterns have deep roots nurtured by years of unconscious repetition, and they don't dissolve overnight like sugar in hot tea. But gradually, Sonam began to notice a profound shift. When he didn't respond defensively to perceived slights, most of them turned out to be simple misunderstandings, trivial oversights, rather than actual attacks or deliberate disrespect. When he stopped demanding appreciation, people naturally began to express more gratitude for his contributions, feeling less pressured. As he became less suspicious of others' motives, they in turn became more open, more trusting, and more collaborative with him. 6 months later, Sonam entered into a new partnership with a trader named Tenzin. This time, when familiar tensions arose, a minor disagreement over a transaction, a subtle hint of perceived oversight, Sonam didn't flee to a new location, didn't blame his partner, didn't revert to old defenses. Instead, he recognized the pattern arising, acknowledged the familiar internal sensation, and consciously chose to respond differently. When he felt unappreciated, he expressed his needs clearly and calmly without attacking Tenzin's character. When disagreements emerged, he listened deeply for understanding rather than just waiting for his turn to defend his own position. When success came, he shared credit, generously, authentically celebrating their shared triumph rather than hoarding recognition like a miser hoards gold. For the first time in his adult life, Sonam watched a partnership not only survive its initial challenges, but actually grow stronger, deeper, and more trusting through working through conflicts constructively with mutual respect. The insidious pattern that had followed him for decades was finally broken, not through escape or avoidance, but through patient, conscious transformation of the inner conditions, the deep seated beliefs that had been inadvertently creating it all along. He had healed the root, and the fruit had changed. If you're experiencing repeating patterns right now, finding yourself in frustratingly familiar situations, despite your best efforts to grow and change, consider that this might be your consciousness offering you another more profound opportunity to heal something that's been persistently asking for your attention. The very fact that the pattern is repeating suggests that you are strong enough now, wise enough now, to face it directly consciously rather than continuing to avoid or escape it. It is an invitation to master the lesson once and for all. Think of a specific situation in your life that feels frustratingly familiar, perhaps a recurring relationship dynamic, a persistent work conflict, a cyclical personal struggle that seems to follow you despite your conscious efforts to leave it behind. Instead of focusing on how to escape or fix this pattern externally, ask yourself with deep, compassionate curiosity, what is this pattern trying to teach me about myself? What old belief, what unhealed wound, what unexamined fear might be unconsciously creating this repetition? Breathe slowly and deeply as you consider the possibility that this pattern isn't your enemy, isn't a curse, but your most dedicated teacher, a sacred messenger. Feel what it would be like to approach this familiar challenge with open hearted curiosity rather than rigid frustration, with a willingness to learn rather than a desperate determination to escape. Each repetition is a precious chance to practice a new way of being, to strengthen the neural pathways of your preferred response, to prove to yourself irrevocably that change is not only possible, but within your grasp. Through the repetition of challenging patterns, you're being offered the opportunity to heal wounds that might otherwise remain hidden, buried deep in the unconscious, perpetually influencing your reality. You're learning that true, lasting transformation happens not through external escape or avoidance, but through conscious, courageous engagement with your inner landscape through profound self awareness. It happens not through seeking perfection, but through patient, persistent practice, through repeatedly choosing a new response. Like Sonam discovering that his conflicts were actually invitations to heal his deepest insecurity, his need to fight for worth. You're recognizing that your repeating patterns are doorways to the most profound growth available to your soul, the final liberation from self imposed limitations. You're being given the chance to finally close a karmic loop, not by running, but by turning to face it and transforming it with awareness and love. You're standing at the edge of a cliff, and everything inside you screams to step back, to retreat, to flee from the terrifying precipice. But there's nowhere left to go, it's nowhere left to retreat. Behind you lies a desolate wasteland of every dream that didn't come true, every person who disappointed you, every hope that turned to ash in your hands, every illusion shattered. This isn't just another difficult period, another passing storm. This feels like the absolute end of everything you believed about life, about love, about the possibility that goodness actually matters, that integrity has its reward. It's the profound existential breaking point. Your friends, if you still have any, who haven't been exhausted by your prolonged struggles, offer well meaning advice that sounds hollow, almost mocking to your weary ears. Things will get better, they say, but you've heard that empty promise too many times, seen it proven false by the relentless march of reality. Stay positive, they suggest, oblivious to the fact that positivity feels like a luxury you can no longer afford, a cruel joke in the face of such profound desolation. You've tried everything: fervent prayer, dedicated meditation, countless therapy sessions, self help books, positive affirmations, spiritual retreats, and still the crushing, inescapable weight of existence presses down on you like an immense, immovable stone that grows heavier with each passing day. What makes this particular darkness so devastating, so uniquely agonizing, is that it comes not to those who've given up on goodness, not to those who've chosen cynicism or self interest, but precisely to those who've given everything to it. You're here because you've loved too deeply, tried too hard, believed too completely in the possibility of a just and compassionate world, invested your whole heart. The people who instinctively protect their hearts, who love conditionally, who help others only when it's convenient or serves their own agenda, they don't face this test. Why? Because they never invest enough of themselves, never risk enough, never open themselves enough to reach this raw, utterly exposed breaking point. This test is reserved for the bravest, for those whose capacity for love is boundless, and whose spirit is being prepared for a love even vaster. In the remote, mist-shrouded mountains of ancient China, far from the clamor of human cities, there lived a young woman named Min. Her story illuminates with agonizing clarity why this final, most crucible like test comes only to the most courageous, the most pure hearted souls. Min had been the treasured daughter of a prosperous merchant family surrounded by abundant love, laughter, and light. Her future seemed as bright and certain as the morning sun, preparing for marriage to her childhood sweetheart, the kind and noble Jiang Wei. Her life was a vibrant tapestry woven with gentle mornings, helping her mother in their fragrant herb garden, warm afternoons, learning intricate calligraphy from her scholarly father, and sweet, hopeful evenings, planning her joyful future with Jiang Wei. She was known throughout their village for her boundless kindness, her infectious optimism. She was always the first to help elderly neighbors with their burdens, to care for sick children with tender hands, to offer food and comfort to traveling beggars, sharing her family's abundance with unwavering generosity. Her heart was so open, so pure, that people often said flowers bloomed brighter and birds sang sweeter simply in her gentle presence. Then the plague came. It swept through the land like a merciless, unseen reaper, sparing no one, taking everything. Within 6 agonizing months, it took her beloved parents, her kind fiancé, her younger brother, and most of her extended family, one by one. The family business, once thriving, collapsed without her father's guidance, leaving Min not only grief stricken beyond measure, but also utterly homeless and penniless. At 19, she found herself completely alone in a world that suddenly seemed designed solely to crush anyone who dared to love, to cherish, to hope. The vibrant tapestry of her life had been violently shredded, leaving only ragged threads of pain. With no relatives willing or able to take her in, and no prospects for survival in the devastated village, Min walked for days, her spirit as broken as her shoes, until she reached a remote Buddhist temple nestled high in the distant mountains, a sanctuary shrouded in mist. The abbess Master Lian, a woman whose eyes held the quiet wisdom of deep suffering and profound peace, welcomed her without question, her compassion, a balm to Min's raw spirit. She offered Min simple robes, a narrow bed in the monk's dormitory, and nourishing meals of rice and vegetables. For the first time in months, Min felt safe enough to truly feel the monumental magnitude of her losses, to finally let go of the brittle facade she had maintained for survival. The grief that poured out of her was so intense, so all-consuming, that she sometimes forgot to breathe, forgot to eat, forgot that she was even supposed to continue existing. It was a bottomless well of sorrow, but grief, however agonizing, wasn't Min's only challenge. As weeks turned into months, a deeper and far more insidious poison began to spread through her spirit, the toxic, soul-crushing question of whether caring had been her fundamental mistake. If I had loved my family less deeply, she thought, the words a bitter echo in her mind, their deaths wouldn't have shattered me so completely, wouldn't have left me so utterly ruined. If I had protected my heart, if I had built walls around it instead of opening it so carelessly to everyone I met, I wouldn't be drowning in this ocean of pain, this unbearable anguish. Maybe the people who lived selfishly, who looked out only for themselves, who cultivated indifference, maybe they had discovered the true secret of avoiding this kind of devastation, this agonizing vulnerability. The thought, cold and seductive, offered a twisted form of solace. One particularly dark winter night, as heavy snow fell silently outside the temple walls, blanketing the world in a shroud of white men sat alone in the vast cold meditation hall, feeling more dead than alive. She was only 20 years old, yet she felt like she had already lived 100 years of relentless suffering. The thought that kept circling relentlessly through her mind, a terrifying mantra, was simple and stark. I can't do this anymore. I don't want to feel anything ever again. If this is what love leads to, if this is the ultimate consequence of opening my heart, then I choose numbness. I choose to be empty. Master Lian, with the intuitive perception of a true master, found her there at dawn, curled up like a broken bird on the meditation cushion, shivering not just from the cold, but from the profound despair radiating from her. Without a word, the elderly abbess sat gently beside her, her presence a silent anchor in Min's storm. Then she began to speak, her voice so gentle it was barely above a whisper, yet resonating with immense power, carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Child, Kogan said, you look like someone who has reached the end of everything. She thought she was the end of all illusion. Tell me, what do you see when you look ahead now? Nothing. Min replied, her voice hollow as an empty well devoid of all hope. I see nothing worth living for, nothing worth caring about, nothing worth hoping for. Everyone I've ever loved is gone, and all my caring did was make their loss unbearable. I think I want to stop feeling entirely. I want to cease to be without actually dying. Master Lian nodded, her eyes filled with infinite compassion, seeing not despair, but profound potential. And what do you imagine would happen if you succeeded in stopping all feeling and becoming completely numb? Min considered this, the cold, alluring logic of it. I suppose I would be safe, she whispered. I couldn't be hurt any more. I could just exist without all this pain, without this relentless agony. The abbess smiled sadly, a profound melancholy in her gaze. Yes, child, you would be safe, but tell me, would you still be you? The question hung in the cold, still air, like fragrant incense, slowly, subtly filling all the empty spaces in Min's awareness, expanding her perception. She began to realize, with a dawning, terrifying clarity, that her capacity for love, her profound ability to feel deeply, to connect, to care, the very thing that was causing her such agonizing pain, was also the undeniable essence of who she was, the core of her being. To cut away her ability to feel deeply would be to cut away her soul itself, to sever her connection to life. She would survive, perhaps, but she wouldn't truly be alive. She would be a ghost of her former self, a hollow vessel. There's something you need to understand about this darkness you're experiencing. Master Lian continued, her voice unwavering. This isn't punishment for loving too much or for being too vulnerable. This is the price of admission to a love so vast, so boundless, that your current human heart cannot yet contain it. The person you were, the one who loved beautifully, but dependently, who cared deeply, but needily, who clung to people and outcomes. She has to die, she has to be shed, so that someone capable of infinite, unconditional love can be born. This is the great death, the shedding of the small self. Min looked at the abbess with profound confusion, her mind reeling. I don't understand, Master. How can there be a love greater than what I felt for my family? It felt infinite then. Master Lian pointed to a single, delicate lotus blossom that somehow managed to bloom pure and unblemished in a small, icy pond, despite the harsh winter cold rising from the murky depths. That lotus loves the water, the mud, the sun, and the air equally. It doesn't demand that the water never evaporate or that the sun never set. It loves completely without attachment to permanence, without requiring anything in return, simply expressing its nature. This is the love you're being prepared for men love, that doesn't depend on specific outcomes, on the presence of specific people, or on external circumstances to sustain itself. It is love that simply is. Over the following months, Master Leon guided men through the most counterintuitive spiritual practice imaginable. Instead of trying to heal her grief, to diminish her pain, or to find meaning in her losses, men learned to simply sit with the pain, to allow it to be, without needing it to change, without resisting its presence. Instead of seeking intellectual reasons why tragedy had struck her family, she practiced accepting mystery, embracing the vast unknown without demanding explanations or neat answers. And most radically, instead of protecting her heart from future hurt, from the inevitable changes and losses of life, she slowly, courageously opened it again, not to specific people or desired outcomes, but to life itself in all its terrible beauty, its exquisite fragility, its boundless impermanence. The transformation wasn't quick or comfortable. It was an arduous, agonizing process of inner alchemy. There were many days when men felt like she was drowning all over again, submerged in waves of grief and despair. There were countless nights when the temptation to close her heart, to retreat into numbness, felt overwhelming and almost irresistible urge. But gradually, imperceptibly at first, something extraordinary began to emerge from her darkness, from the ashes of her old self. She discovered that when she stopped trying to love, in order to avoid loss, when she loved simply for the sake of loving, her capacity for love became limitless, unburdened by fear. When she released her desperate grip on how love should be returned, how it should manifest, her love became truly unconditional, a boundless river flowing freely. When she accepted that everything she loved would eventually change or pass away, her love became fearless, liberated from the torment of attachment. 2 years after arriving at the temple as a broken, despairing refugee, Min had become someone utterly unrecognizable to her former self, transformed from within. She was still capable of deep feeling, but she no longer needed her feelings to conform to her preferences, to be pleasant or comfortable. She could love fully, fiercely, without clinging desperately. She could care completely without controlling compulsively. She had discovered what the Buddha called metta, or loving kindness love, that flows like boundless sunlight, touching everything equally, without demanding anything in return, simply radiating its inherent warmth. When Master Lian eventually asked Min to leave the temple and return to the world to re-engage with society, she felt ready for the first time since her devastating losses. But she wasn't returning as the same fragile person who had fled there in desperation. She was returning as someone who had learned to love the way mountains love the sky, completely, constantly, without fear of storms or changes in weather, simply being present to whatever arises. The profound darkness that had nearly destroyed her had actually paradoxically prepared her for a kind of light that can never be extinguished, a radiant inner sun that shines from within. This story reveals why the ninth test, the Great Death, is actually the greatest gift that life can offer to a pure-hearted soul. When everything you thought you needed for happiness, for security, for identity, has been stripped away, when you are left utterly bare, you discover something shocking, something profoundly liberating. You're still here. You're still aware. You're still capable of love. The you that remains when everything else is gone, when your identity, your possessions, your relationships, your dreams have all vanished, is more resilient, more vast, more magnificent, and more fundamentally you than anything you lost, than anything external you ever clung to. In Buddhist understanding, this is called the Great Death Mahamrityu, not physical death, but the death of the small conditioned self, the egoic identity that depends on external circumstances, external validation, and external possessions for its well being. What emerges from this profound death is what was always present, but hidden beneath layers of attachment, expectation, fear, and need. Your true nature, the boundless, unconditional awareness, the limitless love that is your very essence. You discover that you are not your circumstances, not your relationships, not your achievements or failures, not your feelings. You are the aware presence that experiences all of these things, but is ultimately untouched, untainted, and unbound by any of them. You are the unchanging screen upon which all phenomena appear and disappear. If you're experiencing this test right now, if you feel like you've reached the absolute end of your rope, if you're steeped in a darkness that feels impenetrable, consider that this might be exactly where you need to be. The darkness you're experiencing isn't evidence that you've been abandoned by the universe, that you're being punished, or that your goodness has failed you. On the contrary, it's profound evidence that you're being prepared for a role that requires someone who has been tested beyond ordinary limits, someone who has walked through the deepest valleys and found the light within. Only souls who have lost everything and discovered they haven't lost anything essential are truly qualified for the sacred work of unconditional love, of embodying wisdom that awaits you. Only those who have faced the void and found their own indestructible light can guide others through their own dark nights. Let's practice sitting in this profound darkness together without trying to escape it, without trying to push it away. Close your eyes and feel whatever's present: despair, exhaustion, hopelessness, a deep numbness, or any other raw emotion. Instead of fighting these feelings, or trying to understand them, or trying to transform them, simply be with them. As Min learned to be with her overwhelming grief, without judgment, without resistance. Notice that even in your darkest moments, even in the deepest void, something is aware of the darkness. This awareness isn't touched by what it observes. It remains clear, present, vast, and somehow mysteriously okay, even when everything else feels terrible, agonizing, or empty. The Buddha taught that suffering ceases not when circumstances change, but when we stop demanding that circumstances be different from what they are, when we embrace reality as it is. Feel what it would be like to stop fighting your current experience, to stop resisting the darkness, and simply let it be exactly what it is, without needing to fix it or force it into light. This isn't giving up. It's the deepest, most radical form of courage. It's the willingness to be utterly present with reality, with life's raw truth, without needing to fix change or escape it. It is the ultimate act of surrender, leading to ultimate liberation. The ninth test, the Great Death, is revealing its ultimate, most profound gift. Now you're not being broken by this darkness. You're being broken open to discover the indestructible light, the boundless love, the unwavering awareness that you actually are, that has been your essence all along, like Min emerging from her cocoon of grief and despair as someone capable of fearless, unconditional love. You're discovering that your greatest losses, your most agonizing trials, have been meticulously preparing you for your greatest gifts, the ability to love without attachment to care, without control, to hope without requiring guarantees, and to shine light into the deepest darkness simply because that's your inherent divine nature. The tests are complete now. You have endured everything that could be endured, faced every shadow, and discovered irrevocably that you are unbreakable. What remains is not the person who began this journey, the fragile conditioned self. What remains is someone infinitely more beautiful, more wise, more compassionate, and profoundly free. Here you are, having journeyed through the 9 sacred tests that profoundly challenge every soul walking the path of goodness, every heart aspiring to a higher truth. You've witnessed the profound misunderstanding that comes to those who live authentically, their purity questioned, their intentions twisted. You've experienced the peculiar loneliness of seeing deeper than the surface world of sensing truths others remain oblivious to. You've endured the devastating losses that clear space for greater unimagined blessings. You've felt the piercing sting of betrayal by those you loved most, the agonizing realization that the deepest wounds often come from the closest bonds. You've faced the raw darkness of genuine malice, the insidious attempt to extinguish your light. You've endured the excruciating patience required for divine timing for the universe to unfold its plan at its own pace. You've navigated the unsettling emptiness that precedes true awakening, the void that strips away all attachment to spiritual experience. You've broken free from the insidious grip of repeating patterns, recognizing them as teachers rather than curses. And finally, you've survived the ultimate crucible, the great death, where everything you thought defined you falls away, leaving only the indestructible essence. But these tests weren't separate challenges happening to you randomly, a series of unfortunate events. Oh no. They were interconnected initiations, each one meticulously preparing you for the next weaving together into a magnificent, intricate tapestry of profound transformation. Every misunderstanding taught you to find validation from within, from the quiet knowing of your own heart, rather than from the fickle judgments of others. Every loss, however painful, revealed what was truly essential versus what you only thought you needed, what you clung to out of habit or fear. Every betrayal, however agonizing, expanded your capacity for unconditional love, forging a heart that loves not for what it receives, but for what it is. Every encounter with darkness, every brush with genuine malice, strengthened your unwavering commitment to light, proving that your goodness was not fragile, but diamond strong. Think of a master craftsman creating a magnificent sword, a blade of unparalleled strength and beauty. The raw metal must first be heated in the fierce crucible of fire, hammered relentlessly against unforgiving anvils, folded and refolded countless times to purify and strengthen its essence, then plunged into ice-cold water to temper it, and finally meticulously polished until it gleams with an inner light. Each step in this process seems destructive. The fire burns, the hammer strikes the cold shocks, the polishing wears away layers. But without these apparent attacks, these seemingly violent transformations, The metal could never become a blade, strong enough to cut through illusion, sharp enough to serve truth, beautiful enough to inspire others with its flawless form. This is precisely what has been happening to your soul through these 9 tests. You haven't been punished for your goodness. You've been refined because of it. Every challenge was precisely calibrated, divinely designed to develop specific rare qualities that only pure hearted souls are capable of embodying in their fullest expression. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, doesn't waste such careful, arduous cultivation on everyone. These profound tests come only to those who have the immense potential to become true beacons of hope, living lighthouses in a world that desperately needs light and guidance. Consider how each test has transformed you in ways that ordinary success, comfort, or ease never could. Being misunderstood taught you that your worth doesn't depend on others' fleeting recognition or approval, a profound, liberating freedom that most people never discover in a lifetime of striving for external validation. Feeling isolated in your values, sensing your fundamental difference, showed you how to find a boundless connection with the eternal, with universal consciousness, rather than just the temporal and transient. Losing what you thought you needed revealed what you actually are, a boundless aware presence beyond all fleeting possessions and changing circumstances. Betrayal by loved ones, the deepest cut, initiated you into a love so pure, so vast, that it doesn't require reciprocation or a perfect outcome to sustain itself. Facing genuine malice developed your unwavering ability to remain good, to hold your light, even when goodness itself seems to be losing, even when darkness appears to triumph. Delayed success, the test of patience, but that taught you profound trust in a divine timing that transcends limited human impatience and superficial expectations. Spiritual emptiness, the void pointed you toward what you are beyond all experiences, beyond all fleeting states of consciousness. Repeating patterns, the loops of karma gave you precise opportunities to consciously transform your deepest, most hidden wounds, to break free from cycles that had held you captive. And the final darkness, the great death prepared you to be a light that can never be extinguished, a flame that burns from an internal, inexhaustible source. Look at who you've become through these crucibles of fire and ice. You're no longer dependent on external validation because you've found an unshakable worth within yourself, a quiet knowing that cannot be challenged. You're no longer afraid of being alone because you've discovered your profound connection to all existence, to the vast interconnected web of life. You're no longer devastated by loss because you know with an unshakable certainty that what you truly are, your core essence, can never be taken away, can never be diminished. You're no longer crushed by others' betrayal because your love has become unconditional, an emanation of your very being, not a transaction. You're no longer defeated by malice because your goodness has become diamond strong, impenetrable, radiant. You're no longer impatient with timing because you trust the perfect divine unfolding of your destiny, the wisdom of the universe. Most importantly, you've learned the deepest, most paradoxical secret of spiritual evolution, that suffering isn't the opposite of blessing. It's the cocoon in which blessings are formed, the forge in which true wisdom is hammered into being. Every tear you've shed, every quiet moment of sorrow, was not wasted. It was watering the sacred garden of your soul, nourishing the seeds of compassion. Every moment you wanted to give up but didn't, every instance of unwavering perseverance was strengthening your spiritual muscles, honing your inner resilience. Every time you consciously chose love over resentment, patience over anger, forgiveness over revenge, you were becoming someone capable of holding and radiating the very qualities this world needs most urgently, not just for a moment, but as your very nature. The Buddha taught that there are three types of people in the world: those who are like letters written in stone, unchanged by any experience, rigid and unyielding; those who are like letters written in sand, easily influenced, but quick to forget shifting with every breeze; and those who are like letters written in water, absorbing every lesson, flowing with every current, while remaining fluid and open to continuous profound growth. Through these 9 tests, you've become like water, strong enough to wear away stone over time with persistent gentleness, gentle enough to nourish everything you touch, bringing life and solace, clear enough to reflect truth, unclouded by illusion, deep enough to hold profound mystery, boundless and unfathomable. But your transformation isn't complete with the ending of these tests. Oh no, it's just the magnificent beginning. You've been prepared for a sacred responsibility, a divine calling that extends far beyond your personal healing, far beyond your individual liberation. Every soul who has walked this path of rigorous refinement, every being forged in the crucible of these profound tests, becomes a lighthouse for others still navigating their own stormy seas, still lost in the darkness of their own suffering. Your very existence now serves as living proof that goodness doesn't lead to defeat, that patience is ultimately miraculously rewarded, that love, in its purest form, ultimately triumphs over fear, hatred, and illusion. People will be drawn to you without understanding why, sensing an inexplicable pull and ancient recognition. They'll sense something profoundly different about your presence, a peace that doesn't depend on external circumstances, a strength that doesn't need to prove itself, a love that asks for nothing in return. Some will be ready to hear your story, to truly listen and begin their own journey of conscious transformation inspired by your example. Others will simply be comforted by your presence, feeling inexplicably safer, more at peace in a world that contains someone who has walked through the deepest darkness and emerged with their light intact, even brighter than before. This is precisely why the tests were so thorough, so challenging, so seemingly endless. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, needed to be absolutely certain that your light was unshakable, that your core was indestructible, before entrusting you with the profound responsibility of guiding others, of being a true beacon. Anyone can be kind when life is easy, patient when things go their way, loving when love is returned effortlessly. But it takes someone who has been tested beyond ordinary limits, someone who has walked through the fires of hell and returned to remain compassionate in the face of relentless cruelty, peaceful amidst overwhelming chaos, and hopeful in apparent hopelessness. This is your unique qualification, your sacred anointing. Your daily life now becomes a form of ministry, a living dharma, whether you consciously recognize it or not. The way you respond to small frustrations teaches others through silent example about unwavering patience. The way you treat difficult people demonstrates the profound possibility of unconditional love, even when it's undeserved. The way you handle setbacks, disappointments, and perceived failures shows others that resilience is not only possible, but innate that peace can be found in the storm. The way you find genuine joy in simple moments in the quiet unfolding of each day reveals that happiness doesn't depend on external circumstances or grand achievements. You've become a living demonstration of truths that most people have only heard about in books or sermons, abstract concepts that you now embody. But perhaps most importantly, you've learned to recognize the tests when they appear in others' lives, to see with the eyes of compassion and wisdom. When you see someone being profoundly misunderstood despite their good intentions, you know deep in your bones that they're in the first test, feeling the sting of the mirror. When you encounter someone feeling isolated by their depth and sensitivity, feeling like an outsider, you understand they're navigating the sacred solitude of the second test. When you meet someone devastated by unexpected, overwhelming losses, you can offer true comfort, not empty platitudes, because you know they're experiencing the third test, the gift of emptiness. Your own arduous journey through the 9 tests has given you an invaluable map, a profound empathy, a universal understanding to help others navigate their own spiritual initiations, to see meaning in their suffering. This doesn't mean you become a preacher or a teacher in the conventional sense, standing on a pulpit or lecturing others. Often the most powerful guidance you'll offer will be entirely wordless, simply being present with someone in their pain, truly seeing them holding space for their suffering without trying to fix it, explain it away, or diminish it. Your calm centered presence during their storm becomes undeniable proof that storms can be weathered, that peace is possible amidst chaos. Your continued kindness, your radiant compassion, despite your own deep wounds, shows them that hearts can heal without hardening, that vulnerability is strength. Your quiet, unshakable faith in goodness, even when the world is dark, gives them unspoken permission to maintain their own idealism in a cynical world. Sometimes you will be called to speak directly about what you've learned, sharing your story, your insights with someone who desperately needs to hear it. When you do speak, not as someone who has all the answers, but as someone who has learned to live beautifully with profound questions, who embraces mystery. Share not just your hard won insights, but your raw struggles, your moments of doubt, your triumphs over despair. Let them see not just your strength, but the vulnerability that made that strength necessary, the human journey behind the divine wisdom. Help them understand that their pain, their struggles, their moments of utter brokenness are not evidence of spiritual failure, but of immense spiritual potential waiting to be actualized of a profound becoming. Remember, though, that some people aren't ready for the path you've walked, not yet. They may genuinely prefer easier routes, quicker fixes, comfortable illusions, over the deep, often agonizing transformation that comes through conscious suffering and profound self-awareness. Don't judge them for this choice. Everyone's soul has its own timing, its own unique curriculum, its own way of learning what it needs to learn, in its own perfect way. Your role isn't to convince anyone to walk your path or to force a transformation. Your sacred task is simply to walk it so beautifully, so authentically, so radiantly, that those who are ready will be inspired to begin their own journey, drawn by the light they see within you. As you move forward in your life, you'll find that the 9 tests don't disappear entirely. They may return in gentler forms, as echoes, as opportunities for continued refinement, for deeper integration of your hard-won wisdom. But you'll meet them now as a master meets familiar exercises, not as a struggling student encountering overwhelming, bewildering challenges. Each repetition will be a precious opportunity to demonstrate how much you've grown, to show the universe and yourself that your transformation is stable, complete, and utterly irreversible. You'll handle misunderstanding with grace, loss with equanimity, betrayal with boundless compassion, and malice with a strength tempered by profound wisdom, unburdened by reactivity. Your spiritual practice now becomes less about seeking less, about acquiring, and more about expressing. Instead of trying to acquire peace, you focus on radiating the profound peace you have found within. Instead of pursuing love, you concentrate on freely giving the boundless love you've become, allowing it to flow through you. Instead of seeking meaning, you dedicate yourself to being meaningful in others' lives, embodying purpose in every action. This profound shift from acquisition to expression marks the sacred transition from student to teacher, from seeker to finder, from someone being shaped by life to someone helping to shape life for others, guiding them with your illuminated presence. There will be countless moments when you look back on your journey through these tests with profound, overwhelming gratitude, even for the most painful, most agonizing experiences. You'll realize with a dawning awe that every challenge, every setback, every tear was perfectly designed to bring out qualities you didn't even know you possessed, a strength you never imagined. Every loss cleared space for something better, something more aligned, something more authentic. Every betrayal taught you about unconditional love, a love that transcends all conditions and expectations. Every moment of darkness made you appreciate light more deeply, made your own light shine brighter. You'll understand that if given the choice, knowing what you know now, you wouldn't change anything about your journey because it made you who you are, and who you are, the magnificent, luminous being you've become, is exactly who the world needs you to be right now. The ancient alchemists spoke of turning base metals into pure gold, but they were truly describing in symbolic language what has happened to you. The base metal of your ordinary human concerns, your fears, your attachments, your perceived limitations, has been miraculously transformed into the pure, radiant gold of spiritual wisdom, compassion, and unshakable inner peace, forged through the sacred fire of conscious suffering. You are now a living demonstration of humanity's highest potential, someone who has learned to love without conditions, serve without expecting reward, hope without requiring guarantees, and shine light into the deepest darkness, simply because that's your inherent divine nature, your purpose. As our journey together through these 9 tests comes to a close, know that you carry within you everything you need for whatever comes next, for whatever life may unfold. You've been tested and proven beyond measure. You've been broken and rebuilt stronger than you could ever imagine. You've been emptied and filled with something imperishable, something eternal. You've been prepared not just to survive whatever life brings, but to radically transform it through your illuminated presence, through the wisdom you now embody. Take a moment now to honor how far you've traveled, the immense distance you've covered. Feel the profound strength in your spiritual muscles, the boundless depth of your compassion, the expansive breadth of your understanding. You are no longer the person who began this journey. You've become someone worthy of the ancient sacred title Bodhisattva, one who has achieved liberation, who has awakened to their true nature, but chooses to remain available, present, and actively engaged in the world, simply to help others find their own way to freedom, to peace, to love. The tests are complete, but the service, your true purpose, has just begun. You are ready now, ready to be a blessing in this world, ready to offer hope to the hopeless, comfort to the suffering, and light to those walking in darkness. This is your graduation, your commissioning, your sacred appointment to carry forward the eternal work of love, transforming the world one heart at a time, simply by being your authentic, luminous self. Rest now in the deep, unshakable peace of someone who has endured everything that could be endured and discovered to their profound joy that they are unbreakable. Let your breathing slow, let your body relax completely into this knowing. You have passed through the 9 gates of spiritual initiation. You have earned your place among the wise ones, the strong ones, the eternally loving ones who help hold this world together through their very existence, through their radiant presence. Whatever tomorrow brings, whatever challenges or joys lie ahead, you will meet it not as someone who might be overwhelmed, but as someone who has already proven beyond all doubt that they can transform any challenge into wisdom, any wound into compassion, any darkness into light. You are a living miracle, a walking blessing, a breathing prayer of gratitude for the magnificent, boundless potential that lives within every human soul waiting to be awakened. Sleep now if sleep is what you need, knowing that you are loved beyond measure, cherished beyond words, and trusted by the universe itself to carry its light into the world. The 9 tests are complete. Your real work, the work of being a beacon of hope and love in a world that desperately needs both, begins now, and you are ready.